Put your ass away, child!
Moreno_Nama just subscribed. Poop.
Guys, I'm doing a quick start today. Do I have drops? Do I have to turn something on for drops or do I have them? That'd be cool. I don't know if I do. Hot drop! Should just be on? Nice. Guys, I did a few practice games last night. Not as much as I wanted to. Oh my god, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. It was just, oh my god. Hi Ellie, how are you? Hi Terrell, hi Pixie. Hi Charlie, Cammy, Morena, thank you so much for your resub as well.
Thank you for the sub.
And Erica, oh my god.
Put your ass away, child!
Buns,
Clanky Jank just
I haven't
subscribed.
played in months.
Overwatch bestie.
Guys, I was practicing last night and I've been playing so much Faz and so much everything that I was fat fingering every button on all the heroes I used to play. So we gotta just have a laugh with it because I kept fat fingering the sleep dart, Anna's sleep dart. So it was just going nowhere. So honestly, we are just gonna try and have as much fun as we can and laugh at me because oh my god. When I play healer, I either do Ana or Moira. I'll show you. My profile's not that impressive. Pharah's my favorite girly. And then I'm learning Diva. So 173 hours I have. 52 hours Moira. 36 Pharah. I learnt with Soldier, so 33 hours. Ana 17 hours. Diva 12. Mercy 5. Junkrat 5. Kiriko 2. Reaper 2. That's that. I've played most hours. Actually, nearly tied DPS and support. And 15 hours tank. Oh my goodness. Erica, thank you for 66. How are you? Thank you, Morena, as well. I'm so nervous. It's going to be really embarrassing, I think. But I think with Gran, we should laugh. It should still be funny. I think we'll have a good giggle, but I'm a little bit nervous. The funny thing is... Ooh, what did I get? The funny thing is, when I was playing 6 months ago... Oh my god!
What's up?
Ellie! Oh my god.
Bless, you're gonna have so much fun.
Thank you.
I hope it's a grand old time. Have fun, don't stress less than 33.
You're right. I just never thought I'd be streaming Overwatch. Thank you so much. That is so fucking generous. I appreciate that, bestie. Thank you. Erica, good point. When I was grinding it a couple months ago, like I was on fire. I was feeling so confident. I think if you've taken a step back from Overwatch and you come back, it can be a little bit scary, especially if you haven't been playing like a shooter. But, you know, I still had fun. There was some moments last night as like Pharah or Moira where I was like, oh, I still got it. And then other moments where I'm like, oh God, oh, I don't still got it. So it's always kind of like, I don't know, you know, but we're going to have fun. Gran's going to be screaming. It'll be great. It'll be fun. And then afterwards, I don't know, because everyone's playing Tomodachi, a part of me wants to play Faz just to kind of break it up and then do my own Tomodachi stream next week. Or I might end up wanting to play. But yeah, I'm not too sure. So I'll see how I feel after I Overwatch, I think. It's scary when you come back for sure. Always preface it with, be patient and watch. Yeah, true. No one said anything to me, which is really nice. I should have been like, guys, help. Faz are doing Alan Wake update? Wait, what? When? Charlie, what? This Overwatch gameplay is for science. Wait, that's so funny, Ellie. I'm going to start saying that. You were saying that yesterday a lot. For science. So I'm going to be saying that. Guys, it's just for science. Tara, it's for science. No way, Charlie. Hell yeah. Down. I've been learning Faz. I've been really liking it. So are you down with that, guys, just to see how I feel? I do want to play Tamagotchi, don't get me wrong, but a part of me wants to just do Faz and then start with a full stream of it instead of just like a couple hours and I leave. But then again, I might finish Overwatch and be like, guys, I really want to play it. So either way, we'll have some fun this afternoon. I'm early as well. I'm early. I'm usually live like in 2 hours. Thank you again, Ellie. That is extremely, extremely kind. I appreciate you. For science. I don't know what I'm gonna play. I think I'm gonna, I don't know. I'll see what Grand's playing. I'll see what, oh, she's probably gonna play the new hero. I don't know. You know what it is? I just gotta learn the controls again. I just feel like if you saw my hands, you would laugh. It's me just like pretending I know all my combinations again. When I'm locked in on Overwatch, I'm not that bad. Like I'm a new guy. I don't have that many hours, but like I can contribute to the team. You know? It's just the binds after not playing. Yeah, I'm a button masher. Puffin, really? I'm really nervous, even as a streamer as well, because I don't stream Overwatch. So I'm a bit nervous, but it's okay. It's okay. This is a big deal for me actually, because I think Carla 2 years ago, I've played with like a big group of friends, but I haven't really committed to a full stream or full 3 hours of it. So I think that's me going, screw it, why not? I didn't see the announcement. Is it on Steam? That's the second time I've heard this. Whoa! Okay, let's see. Holy shit. Let's have a look.
Everywhere the investigator looked, there were signs of two worlds colliding. Glimpses into a mystery, clues that teased, out-of-place objects and signs, yet nothing that revealed it fully.
Ooh.
This was a story told somewhere else, where the pages of the manuscript had been written, from where the writer of the story was desperately reaching for the light. And with that act, he was threatening to spill out the darkness of his prison.
Wow.
By the name of Alan Wake.
Is this Faz's like first free event? Oh shit. Well guys, I hate to break it to you, but my Faz era isn't ending anytime soon. Wow. That's sick. Hello? Damn. What about Scritchy Scratchy? New good ending. Okay. Uh-oh. I don't think so, Ellie. What is that? Yippee! Events all good, doll. We'll chat later for sure. We'll have a yip yap. God, I feel pretty awake considering. Guys, I woke up. I have my alarm set for 8:30. For context, it's 8 now. I didn't want to start that late, obviously, because Gran. But I woke up and I genuinely forgot that I put on an alarm, and I thought I had slept through Gran's stream. I was like, fuck! I didn't. Twitch / Faz ambassadors were doing cosmetic jobs 20 minutes of watch time. Oh, cool. Nice. Wait, Twitch ambassadors as well? I wonder if I'm eligible. I wonder if I'm eligible. Subscribe to earn drops. Oh. Well, this is for Overwatch. Oh. Purchase one new reoccurring or gift subscription to claim the Winston Overwatch badge.
ERA Buns just subscribed.
Oh, I didn't know that was the campaign on today. Oh. Oh, okay, that's fun. Cool. I don't know the Faz one though. Your little queef has returned. Finally! I've been queefless. I've been queefless. Queefless and queefaddle. Sorry. I've been queefless. I needed this. Thank you for 48 though. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You are my god. A Junkrat main? Wait, hold. Wait, what is everyone's mains? I feel like this is a whole new conversation. new conversation dropped. What's everyone's mains? I haven't, is that, wait, is this, I haven't played them yet. Is this who I think it is? Oh no, who's new? No. Who's that? Pokemon Unite? Oh my god, Bunch, you didn't have to do that. Babe. Oh, I miss every shot. Eric and me. Thank you so much for subbing for 6 months in advance. You didn't have to do that. What the fuck? Who is this new guy you talk of? Jetpack Cat. Who's that? Hi, Sush. Good morning. Oh, fuck that cat. Yeah, they are annoying. I found that out last night. How are they for support? Are they good? I miss them dropping heroes. Yeah. Decent, but they're very annoying. That bum ass cat. That's so funny. Oh my god. Half the board is new.
Put your ass away, child.
But for sure, but in rank, they do get
Jungle
banned a lot.
Pixie
Yeah,
22
okay.
just subscribed. Hee hee.
That's so funny. Pixie, thank you. Thank you for 4 months. And Buns again, thank you for 6 months in advance. That's ridiculous. Thank you, doll. That's so lovely. Thank you. And thank you, Pixie. Was eating Pokemon Unite is free mini. Oh, really? No, you did for 6 months, bitch. That's why I'm overthinking right now, because that's naughty. You didn't have to do that at all. I know, Eva, I know. I'm wearing the jersey that Power sent me as well, because I'm, in my head, I'm being delusional. So wearing like an org jersey, I'm like, all right, I'm going to play so good today. No, Buns, I can't believe you did that. Thank you. We'll find out in a month. No, you did. Thank you, my love. That's so kind. Kaz, one of these characters I struggle to kill, but then as soon as I try, I get deleted. Yeah, yep. I know, Ghoul. I know. I'm nervous. This feels like a horror movie for me. A horror game for me to stream Overwatch. I know. I didn't think I'd see the day either. But Buns and we have Buns and Erica in the chat. This is like my lucky day. I don't know what's going on. The hell? Very rare. Rare duo. The hold this game has on me, I can't explain. When I'm into Overwatch, it's all I want to play. And I love it. I truly do. But when I come back after months off, I feel very like... It feels weird. Every time Buns is here, I'm knee sliding around my face. Knee sliding. Oh, girl. I'm addicted to the pain. When I have a good game, I'm like, oh yeah, we're so back. But I wonder what games I'm going to get put into. Because Gran's good. So I hope that I can get carried enough to... I think I'll play Pharah today. Moira. I'll try Ana. And then also, I should try someone new. Maybe, well, not new. I could try Soldier for old times, but I also like Junkrat. But also, I need to try the new girly. I think we're doing quick play, but I think I would like to try ranked in the future. I've always said that we need to all play together. I just played Soldier 76. Bless my heart. I was doing okay in ranked like 6 months ago. I was like, oh, I'm actually climbing the ranks. I'm getting better. And then I stopped playing. So you're going to be chased down as Anna. Yeah, I was getting chased down last night. Although, I will say, I did kill a few as well. I did kill a few. I was sleeping everyone last night. But I do laugh when I miss a dart. It's really hilarious. Because I fat finger it. So I'll just dart the sky and I'm like, damn it. I've never tried Marvel Rivals either. I haven't even opened it. Buns. Hell yeah, baby. Hi, Nelly. How are you, doll? Oops. I should call Grant, even though I'm scared to call her, because that means we begin. I don't think she'll answer, and then she'll call me back. My vote is Pokemon Unite. Oh god. Ah! And then after Overwatch, I'm gonna see how my brain is. I'm either gonna do Comfort Faz, which is Wild Statement, or I'm gonna start Tamagotchi. If I don't do Tamagotchi today, it's because I want to give it its flowers and do a proper moment with it next stream. Very excited. Yeah, Tamagotchi. I'm also, if you don't know, I'm also in denial. I'm so in denial, Eli? Sorry. Am I saying, wait, Ellie, is that, do you actually prefer Eli or Ellie? I've been saying Ellie this whole time. Imagine you're like, girl, it's Eli. That would be embarrassing. All the bangers are coming back. Guys, all the bangers. I'm so excited. It's kind of crazy that I'm like thinking of Faz. But it doesn't matter, you know? Okay. Oh, it's Liz? Oh, perfect. Thank you. I love how you're so sweet that you're like, yeah, she can call me Ellie. Liz. We're locked and loaded. I want to see this fucking cat. I'm seeing this. I want to look at it. Because I haven't, you know what was funny, Charlie? I didn't realize it was a cat that whole time last night. I thought it was the new character, which makes no sense. Streaking over here. Thank you for streaking. Oh my god! What? Oh god, how do you shoot though? Is it left click? Yeah, okay. So it automatically heals allies. No? How do I shoot? Oh no, sorry. Automatically shoots thingies and then heals allies. Okay. Oh, he's so cute and fun though. Listen, I will play as the cat and watch me die instantly. Oh, look at the paw. What the hell? He sounds like Yoshi. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cute. That cat requires sweat. Look at my fucking tail.
Put your ass away, child.
I kind of want to
Hannah
try.
just subscribed. Hi, cuties.
Hello. Hannah. T2. Thank you for 50 months. How are you? Yippee. I should put drops in my title, even though everyone knows. Okay, I kind of want to try the cat for a laugh, but knowing me, I will die a few times and then swap. But I think I want to try because it's basically a cat. And then who's this? Tim,
Never fall.
I was so nervous to stream Overwatch today that I was like, I'm going to put on my power jersey and this is going to give me the power to win some games. You know what I mean? This is it. Yeah. Wait, Gran's calling me. Hi, Arcane. How are you? Girl, there's a cat in the sky.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
There's a cat.
Carla!
What?
Oh, Carla!
What?
Carla!
What?
There's a cat in the sky!
There's a cat in the sky with a jetpack.
Are you in a game?
No, but I'm in the thing where you test
Oh my
things
god.
out.
I'm so excited to play this with you!
I'm so
Put your ass
nervous,
away,
bitch. You have
child.
no idea.
Oh my god, I'm
Cole
so
Haig
no, don't
just
be nervous, you're with
subscribed.
me.
Carl's
I know,
hella
but I want
Carl's
to try
love.
the cat, and we know I shouldn't try the cat, but I want to try the cat. You know what I mean?
She is so hard to play. By the way, it's a girl. Queen's on top. Queen's flying in the air.
Yeah.
Queen's pussy slay. Pussy.
Slay, pussy
It's a cat.
girl. Pussy cat. Mmm.
I'm so excited to play this. You know, with the last 20 minutes, I went through the hero roster and I explained every single hero to everyone,
Girl.
so they can just like get excited.
What? Okay,
Okay,
well,
let me
let's go.
get-
Ah!
Let me get you in.
Sorry,
Oh
what
my
are you
God.
playing today?
I'm playing Wu Yang.
Oh, wait, of course you are.
I will only be playing Wu Yang.
Really?
Well, you know what? Maybe I'll play Orisa as well because I like her.
Oh, great.
Girl, I can't
Oh.
wait for this. I'm so excited.
Oh, no.
Wait, what? Who are you playing?
I
the cat?
don't know. Okay, I'm going to queue up as damage and support. And then... Support, I'll either play Kat, Moira, or Anna. And then damage, I will do Farah. As per usual.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know what? Have you played Farah since, like, a while, like, recently?
Last night, yeah. There was some games that was good and other games I was like, can I get a heal?
Did you notice that she doesn't, like, I feel like she never flies now. Like, you fly for, like, 10 seconds and she's
yeah,
like,
I don't
girl,
feel
I'm
very
hurt.
flyy. That's real.
oh, I know she doesn't, I
Chris,
feel like
thank
she
you
doesn't
for
fly anymore.
16.
What happened?
How are you, doll? Hi, Marizzle.
Oh my
Hi,
god, look at
game.
your little nameplate.
Charlie.
Cats. Oh, you're ready to play cat, aren't you? You're ready to play
Cat,
cat character.
cat. Hi, Wheezy. Me neither, to
Overwatch
be honest.
is back, baby. It is so fun now. I've been like begging you to play it with me because I get
You know,
on
Here's my
and
issue.
I play for hours. I love it.
I've been wanting to play with you, but it's because I've been doing late streams, and then by the time I'm off, you're like, sweet dreams. I'm like, fuck, I missed her again. But
Oh, it's you know what? Because the time thing now. I
Yeah,
have to get up at
yeah.
7:40 in the morning.
yeah.
Girl.
But I'll play more next week. I was just kind of... I played last night, and there was some games, Gran, where I was like, wow, Overwatch is so back, sorry. And then other games where I was like, this is pure hell. How am I going to do this on stream? So I hope we get really good Pussy Slay games.
Overwatch is so fun with friends. Like, I spend the whole time screaming and stimming and like whatever. Like it's so gaggy. Oh my god! Here we go! Here we go!
What about I'm
Oh,
DPS?
vote for Eichenwald. I wanna go to.
I'm voting for Dumbani.
Why would you vote for no? Don't vote for Numbani.
It won't get selected. It's fine.
Why did I just hear? Do you hear that guy talking?
No, I muted everyone.
He said don't vote for Numbani.
Oh no!
And then we got Numbani and he went, oh, Numbani.
Did he say that?
I'm screaming! This game is so funny.
Where's
He
Farah?
said,
Oh,
he
here.
said it in like my little Discord kitten voice, like, don't vote for Numbani. Who said that too? Wait, oh my god, you're Farah, okay.
Oh, hell
Can't
on
not get
earth.
healed, bitch.
Oh.
Okay, I'm locking in.
You know
I'm
what's-
getting into me.
You know what shit,
In
guys?
position.
You were gonna see how I ult. This is how I ult, right? It sounds like this. Just. She never
Yeah.
finishes the line.
Justice!
Because I just go, oh, an ult! And I just hit the button, and then people are like,
Didn't they make a base kit that she moves now?
are you sitting in a chair?
Me?
Yeah.
Girl, what do you mean?
Are you sitting today?
Yes, I'm sitting.
You
because-
fucking sweat.
No, I cannot play this game standing up. It feels so horrible.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It messes up. Why are we so pushed up? Why are we? Oh.
Are we not
Oh,
pushing
the cat's
up?
talking. The cat is on comms.
Well, I'm muting. I'm not talking to them. I don't want anything to do with them. Oh my god, he's here! There's a man! There's a man! Ah! There's a man! There's a man! Oh! Oh! Pull back! Pull back! There's a man!
It's Doomfish. It's Doomfish.
There's a man! There's a man! There's a fucking
There's a
man!
woman.
I'm gonna die!
Oh. Oh. Girl, I don't know why we pushed up so far.
I don't know either, but Tracer has a big ass. I'm wearing a power jersey, Bobby. They were nice enough to send me their jersey. Imagine me pretending that I'm actually signed with an org right now and I'm just playing like shit.
Go.
Yeah, you're right. I feel like I don't
Team
fly
Buckley,
as
by the
often
way.
now. Oh, girl, this is so bad. This is so bad. Oh, God. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God.
Girl, this guy
God.
walks so
Oh,
bad.
help. 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 He's three. He's 3 shots. Oh, he's 3 shots. Oh, he's gonna heal. Ah! Oh. Oh.
Not this Doomfist just trying to fight me the whole
Pull
goddamn
back.
game.
Pull back.
Pull back!
Pull.
Don't make any unnecessary journeys!
Pull back. Pull back.
Oh, you're
Pull
fighting
back.
with me.
Pull back. Will somebody please help me kill the doofus?
Screaming, please!
He's in the back. He's in the back.
Oh,
Oh. Reverse the tide.
I'm coming in.
Oh.
Oh,
Someone's hitting my vagina somewhere.
oh my god, give me that health kit, please.
Where are they? Where are they? I'm just firing nowhere.
Oh!
Where are they?
Oh, oh!
No, hit me, pull back!
They got me,
I'm
Gail!
flying everywhere!
They got me, Gail! They got me, Gail! I got my spear!
Oh.
Girl, I'm turning my earcon on, bitch. I'm
Oh. Oh.
screaming. Girl, I was so such a crazy watermelon round.
Oh.
Yes, please.
Oh. Oh.
My favorite part of this is Grant Faster doesn't touch as a player all game. Bitch, you're
Oh.
actually hitting all my shots?
Ow! Sorry.
I-
Oh.
Look,
Pull
I have
back. Pull back.
43% weapon accuracy.
Oh, good
I
for
don't wanna
you.
hear it. Oh no, I wasn't hitting anything. Oh my god, watch out for that man!
Boy. A lot's happening.
Anonymous
with the
has
big
gifted
man?
a sub to Nihilessa.
I love solo ulting people.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh. I'm cramping in my forearm.
Oh my god. Oh, the cat's dead. No. The cat died.
So I love how our... Oh, God. Oh. Oh.
She's one.
Oh, sorry. Am I moaning a bit too much, guys? Sorry.
No, no, no. Keep it going. Everyone loves it.
So
Returning to
Anonymous, thank you for gifting Melissa. We're
Shit.
so back.
Oh my god. I almost hit that dot of I ulted.
Cannot shoot through there. Who is this?
Enemy color is being yellow. Wait, is it not supposed to be yellow?
I don't know. Who's that?
Wait, what color are your enemies?
You changed it years ago, babe.
To yellow?
Yeah. Ah! Shouldn't have done
Oh my
that.
god, I
My bad.
didn't realize
Los
it was
Goal has
different.
gifted a sub to Big.
Let me just slap
My
the
bad.
dog. Oh, where'd he
Thank
go?
you, Ghoul.
Sir?
Hey,
Let's
thanks,
show
guys.
some
Sir,
air
where do you...
power.
Sorry about me.
Sir? Did she kill him? How?
I just got
That Tracer
hogged.
just killed him! Damn!
My hog just got cranked.
Oh. Oh.
I went the long way.
Oh,
Oh.
you stole my kill. Actually, I don't know why I changed it.
Naughty boy.
So weird.
Oh.
Nihilessa has gifted a sub to Power Bottom 89.
Oh no!
Oh.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh god.
Nihilessa just subscribed.
Oh, you missed. Oh,
Oh. Oh.
my God.
They're doing everything. Oh god, I can't.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God, I killed her.
Oh, he's so close. He's so. Oh, fuck.
Get in there, baby. I just killed that goddamn hog. I'm not
Come here, losers. Come here, he's running. He's running. What a pussy. What a pussy. Ah!
Ilizol Dizzle has gifted 5
in
subs.
front of me.
Naughty boy.
Oh. 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 No, thank you. And Liz. Train.
Almost lost my cool there.
Me too, but I didn't. Thank you, Liz.
Came out of nowhere. Can other people hear me? No. Thank fuck. Nobody
Oh.
won.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna get this little dog.
Ah!
Oh, yes. Oh, I have you. I have you. I have you. I have
Thank you,
you.
thank you, thank you.
I have you.
Oh, that bloody prick.
Oh, ah.
Missing shots, missing shots.
It's okay. 30 counts.
Where is this loser? Oh, he's running. He's running like a puss.
Oh.
Help!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. No, because me and this tank have history.
Ah! Oh!
Jumping girl! I
Oh!
cannot see the tank!
Thank God no one overreacted.
Oh my god. Oh,
Everything is
My head's in the game.
fine. CD.
Oh.
Fine.
Have you tried the wave perk? No, I hate the wave perk.
I guess
I
we
like
are
the
stopping the
triple R.
payload. Oh.
No.
Oh. Oh.
You will not get me. Oh,
Teraldian just subscribed.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
oh, where are you? God, I can't even see you.
No one can see me.
Nobody see.
Oh.
Ew, my ears are so off today.
Oh.
Never mind, I'm amazing. Nope, I'm incredible.
Woo! Okay.
All I needed to do was doubt myself.
Terrell, guys, this hype, the hype train with playing Overwatch for the first time is ridiculous.
Ooh. Ooh.
I cannot.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. That was an easy kill. I should have killed her.
Solo wall! Hey, I got someone.
Okay, that was a good
GG!
one. But my aim was so off.
Yeah,
need to,
my
like,
aim was
I need
really
to
off
warm
too.
up.
My
I
aim
need
was
to warm
really
up.
off. Play of the game
Girl,
wasn't
we
me.
dominated. Hello.
Crazy.
We dominated.
Guys, how I wasn't play the game's crazy because I was just aimlessly throwing rockets everywhere.
You slayed. You slayed. You were amazing.
Oh my God, vote me, vote me. Vote me, vote me. I need
I'm
this.
gonna vote you.
Vote
oh
me.
my god, look at your skin. It's so gay. I
Guys,
love
vote
it.
me. Why is no one? Yes, yes.
Skin.
Yes. Yes, vote me more.
Guys.
More votes. More votes. Yes!
Wait, the way we're What's
The way I voted for myself.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Easy dubs
No, it's
Kara.
not.
She's so back.
Shut
Everyone
up.
saw it.
Shut up.
Your stream
Shut the
saw
fuck
it.
up.
Vote for me when I'm also on the screen. It's fine. I'm
Guys, you have to believe in yourself in this live. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
Do you know what happened in that
Tara,
round? I said, I'm so bad at this
Tara,
game, and then I
Liz,
instantly got like
thank
3
you.
kills. I'm like, you know what? Sometimes all you have to do is not believe in yourself.
True, I'm
And
gonna
then-
keep doing that.
And then sometimes, you know what? It kicks in.
Power Carla today. I'm wearing an
Oh, this is the,
esports jersey.
Are
Just-
you actually?
Yeah, to channel a good game.
Yes.
I'm not even kidding. Has my name on it.
You are esports. I'm sitting down. What is this? I haven't streamed this in so long. I actually got like weirdly out, I wasn't locked in because I'm like, I'm streaming, like I have to be good,
True.
and I was like not hitting my shots, like what's happening, please.
That was me
Please?
last night. I literally went to bed like, how am I going to do 3 hours of Overwatch tomorrow? Like, I was nervous.
It's so fun.
Ugh.
Also, I was
Um,
playing Stadium, the mode,
Thank
Stadium
you,
mode,
Liz. Thank you, Terrell.
yesterday.
Thank you, everyone.
which
Thank
is
you,
kind of like a whole different thing,
Nigel,
like a whole different
Chris.
mode, where between rounds you like buy items and you like upgrade your character. It's like very, very fun.
And Lynn, hello.
But I fear it like screwed with my muscle memory a little. So we're gonna get it back,
Okay.
and I'm gonna be hitting people with my wet orbs.
Wet
midair.
orbs. Wet orbs.
Yes.
Wet
yes,
orbs,
yes,
girl.
Yes.
Yep. Hi, Fox. Hi, Virgo. Sorry. As you can imagine, my stress levels were high because I don't stream this game and I haven't played it in 6 months. So if I missed anything, sorry, doll. My flaccid orbs. The real reason Carla's muted. Fuck. You know what? I haven't screamed like that since Phasmophobia yesterday. Granka hit me with her wet orbs. Parker, hello. So who's this Sierra woman?
Steady, eh?
Oh, that's fun. What about F? Destroyed. Oh, E. Wait, she seems fun.
Better watch yourself. Looks sturdy.
Ooh, that's fun. Right click's a tracker if you land a tracker. Oh, you can keep using the thing too? Wait, that's fun.
Yes. When you hit the little skill shot with her. Oh my God. Wait. Let me.
So wait, let me. Oh.
Can't miss. Ready to roll.
So cool. So cool.
Ooh, that's fun.
Oh yes, and you know what's funny is that thing floating in the air, it can be destroyed. So if there's an enemy Sierra, I always throw a water orb on it.
You're
She's like,
mean.
I got nothing to grapple back to now.
Damn.
Am I on the right DPI?
I don't know what
Okay.
I am.
That would be devastating if I was
Two
on the
uses?
wrong one this whole time.
Wet orbs.
Wet orb.
Wait, are you gonna order something, Liz?
Okay,
are you thinking?
Okay, I'm good. How many bits do you get to play ever character and get MVP? What?
I will play any character for 5,000 bits, and I will be MVP because I have 5,000 hours in this game, and I am a part of an org.
Yeah, okay, same. You know what? Same. Anything you guys want. 5,000 bits, we'll play it. I'm in Team Liquid or whatever. I'm in Dallas Fuel.
I'm Team Power, obviously, guys.
Yes.
And I am good at things.
Oh, Carla, have you seen this character? Hold on.
Which one? Girl, who the fuck is that?
Let's destroy them.
Who is that?
Mascard.
Look at her hand.
Salutations.
What, who is this?
Charm.
My name is
Sure.
Domina. I am the company.
Namaskar.
Business lunch is now in Overwatch.
Girl,
Wait.
she's so funny.
Well, aren't you
What
the
is she meant to
jester?
do? What is she?
This bitch.
Crafting a barrier.
And then watch this.
How dazzling.
I snap my fingers to torture my enemies.
Oh, they're testing the
What is
fire
that
alarm.
noise?
They're testing the fire alarm.
I thought there was a fan in the room. I thought there was just a man just entered. He's like, yeah, just gonna really get.
Just gotta check out your office, and by office I mean your.
Dorado, 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 Dorado. I don't want to go to Queen Street. I don't
Queen
wanna
Street.
Go to Atlantis or whatever.
Damn it.
Girl, please no.
Justice
Yes!
reigns from above, but usually a solo
Justice
ult. I solo ult my thing all the time. I don't have
I
time.
feel like that was a vocal sim for us for a long time.
It was, but it was justice.
Justice reigns.
Do I reign from above again, or?
Do what you want to do. Sit how you want to sit. Wear as many wrist bangles as you like.
Justice reigns on one person, usually.
Justice reigned.
On just one. Thank you for the Overwatch trade.
Okay, girls, we're going in. This is
Exactly,
the one.
Charlie.
Strike from above.
But I might switch if I feel like justice isn't reigning. Who do I have? Oh, I have Mercy.
I feel like I only ever see you in the lab.
I'm better
Justice.
at working than training. Why not
Is that
ask
my new
me
Overwatch
first?
name?
You're what?
My Overwatch name.
If you promise to be
Name?
patient
Did you
with
change
me,
it? Tom
I changed it
Spanks?
from
Has always
Carla
been
to Tom Spanks.
Oh, it used to be just Carla?
Yeah, but I thought, you know what? They
See,
don't
I
deserve to know my name.
I changed mine too because I didn't want the pressure of the fame. When I play,
I love
don't
how
want the fame,
humble
you know,
you
fame.
are. I love
I'm
that.
humble.
Yeah.
I thought no one's gonna know I'm Puddle, except for when I stream. And they're like, oh, now I know who that bitch is. I'm gonna gag her.
Tom be spanking, bitch.
Okay. Oh, oh.
Oh,
Okay, we
not-
immediately have bitches.
Oh, not that bubble, bitch. I need healing.
Oh, I killed someone.
Oh, I don't think this is a good hero to play this round.
What the hell?
Oh, I hit the bubble again.
There is a Moira behind.
Where?
She went down here.
Great. Now I'm distracted.
She's being a whore. Hold on.
Sorry. Someone behind, someone behind. Someone behind. I can't get up there.
Is it Moira?
Yeah.
Who is that?
I need healing.
I'm
Thank
coming.
you.
I'm coming up with you. I'm gonna.
Thank you.
I'm gonna come sort her out.
She's nearly dead, this bubble bitch. I hate that bubble bitch. Sorry.
Mercy. Okay.
Hi, Em.
all systems
Oh.
Whee! Zarya
the
stresses me
delay.
out.
I'm out of here.
Someone's walking.
Oh,
Moira's nearly dead.
Moira?
Was nearly dead. Is dead.
What is she doing?
I don't know. She's being a backline
What on
slut.
earth?
Missing all my shots. Ask me anything.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god!
Oh god. Oh god. I'm gonna
Oh
die.
god! Oh god! Oh god!
Puddle me, puddle
oh god,
me.
Oh god! Oh god! We're getting grenaded! Oh god! Oh, there's a little barrier.
Oh, she still has a bubble. I fucked her. I fed her. I fed her juice. That bubble's always around her.
Oh, go in! Go in! Go in!
Nice.
Go in, baby! Oh, watch out, Mercy! Oh my god! She just stood it in. She didn't care.
Heroes will die today, girl.
Girl! Girl, I can't see. Okay. Okay, we're doing it.
Okay, bitch.
Okay, girl. Okay, we're on the.
Jesus Christ, we're on the payload.
There's so much going on. Someone just got rezzed. I heard it. Oh, that was us. Never
Rezzed.
mind. No, it wasn't. I don't know who got rezzed. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know anymore.
I'm filling the comms up. I'm filling the comms up with information. Oh. Guys. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Moira, get out. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh god.
No, don't die. You're so sexy.
Oh god.
I died.
Oh my god. I ran out of.
I died.
So glamorous though. Because we die glamorously. Okay. We're
I
gonna go
thought
back
I'd-
in with a new plan. Mercy, why are we going in by ourselves? That's crazy. Okay, well, and that's what you get. She just walked in. She said, I will be the savior. Zarya has no bubbles.
Yes.
Escape. Okay. Who just died? rezzed?
I'm about to solo ult real good. Hey guys!
Yes! Okay.
Worth it.
I am trying to kill this Mercy. It is so
Sorry,
hard.
sorry. I wanted to solo ult.
Let's show him some air.
Here comes a big one. Oh no, I'm charging the shit out of the Zarya. Oh, no.
Moira from behind, Moira from behind. She's being a little freak.
Oh my god, she won't die.
Oh no, I'm in! I didn't mean to be in!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Guys, we need to stop the payload.
Moira.
Guys,
Moira.
guys, we need to escort the
not yet.
payload.
The whole time. The whole goddamn
Alright, Mercy,
time.
wait. Mercy, Mercy, wait.
Mercy, you need to stop! Thank you. Oh, see, bitch, you almost died to a grenade.
Come on, come on, come on. We're gonna escort the payload. Okay, I'm gonna die too. I'm gonna fuck. Sorry.
Do you have an ult? Do you have an ult?
No, I don't have an ult. I'm dead.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh, oh,
Oh,
I'm
Mercy,
res,
oh my
I'm res,
God.
I'm res. Ah, I'm stuck in a thing.
The way that no one goddamn died.
I'm on the fucking load.
What?
Oh.
I'm gagged.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. Girl, their Mercy res their tank like 5 times. She did
I was
so
on the
much. No one
load.
killed her.
I was on the load. Tammy,
On the
hello.
Lord. On the Lord.
I had so much lord. If I don't win MVP of this match, I'm kidding. I'm voting for you.
Oh, vote for me, girl.
11
I'm
players
Scorpio.
safe with that ab, with those abs. Look at that.
I'm gonna vote for myself because you're
Oh,
not there.
I thought that was embarrassing.
Well, only if, like, I'm there.
Awkward, you
Well,
lost.
Who is vote? You know what? She deserves it. She did good.
Okay.
She did good. No, she did good.
All right.
I don't know what, like, I feel like my aim is so off today, and this is the day I need to lock in.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look, you have a bad game, you get back on the horse.
Oh,
What?
I just unlocked the new skin
What new skin?
for Wu Yang. Oh, girl, I look like a hoe now.
Really?
Girl, no, you're not ready. Hold on.
What are my sexy skins?
I don't think I took my. Oh.
Oh, I have Lifeguard. I still think Music Festival... Music Festival is... I still think that's her cuntiest skin.
Who?
Farah, but also Lifeguard.
Yeah.
I didn't Discord ping?
Oh. It's embarrassing. Wait, I need to take my.
Wait, that is embarrassing. What the hell? How did I forget to Discord ping? Thank you, Grace. I forgot to Discord ping. I guess I was so nervous for Overwatch that I forgot to do that. Oopsies. Hi, Sacred. The horse is here. That's so funny that I totally zoned out and didn't ping. Last day in Japan already? The Red Bull shoulder patches? Yeah, I got Australia here. I've got my name on the back. We need to win this. I still want to try that buddy, that cat. I am Australia. Guys, I am Australia, and don't you forget it. I am Australia. I'm an athlete. Imagine if I walked around calling myself an athlete. Hi, Abs. How are you doing? Yeah, Ellie. Not Ellie. I got used to saying that. It's so silly. Liz. Yes. I was very lucky. They sent me a case. Well, they sent me cases a few months ago. I'm still getting through that. And then the other week, they were like, do you need a top up? I'm like, well, no, not really, but thank you, babe. Thank you. An athletic queen. Hi, Snappy. I know, but you're Liz, you know? Practice range. I want to find my next DPS that I'm good at. Who is-
What's your vibe? Like, what are you good at in games usually?
I don't know anymore.
Like hit scan? Are you good with snipers? Are you good with tracking type heroes with beams? Like, what are you good at?
Well, usually I'm good with snipers, but I haven't like attached myself to Widow yet. I feel like it's a different vibe.
Try Ash.
Ash? I feel like
Ash
I
is
have.
next to Dwarf. Try her. She's like kind of a sniper. Well, it's Tom, bitch. Lock in.
Which one shouldn't I vote for?
I want to go to Parisio or Blizzard World. Transferring for Samoa? Why? Don't lock that map.
Oh.
Well.
I didn't even vote for Samoa that time.
Yes, we're going to Samoa.
Bob, do something.
Thank you for the sub.
At the Bob.
Do you want to see my muscles?
Skin, girl, I look like a whore.
CBeats 424 just subscribed. Overwatch and Gram.
By the way,
how can this
Carla's
Thursday get any
viewers,
better?
Overwatch
Yeah.
drops are on. If you subscribe to Carla or gift a sub to Carla today, you get a Winton badge on Twitch next to your name.
Cute.
Look at my skin. What are you?
Right. Okay, whore. I like the little cutouts.
Look at the back. It doesn't connect. Like, what? What am I doing? How is this being held up?
Okay, girl.
Wait, look at this.
Right as rain.
Be mine. Be mine.
You twink. CBeats. Thank you. Happy 30, doll. How are you, sweet? And Malice as well. I will try Ash if I don't pop off with Farah. So I'll
Can you
try
ring
Ash.
my bell? Can you ring my bell?
Can you ring
my
my
bell? Can you ring my
bell?
Oh, I need to heal.
Ring
I'm a
my
healer.
bell.
Okay. Yeah, this is it. Killed her little drone.
Oh. Ring my bell. Oh, Junkrat is being junky.
Ring my bell. Who is this?
I'm so high. Oh, I can't get in here. Oh, behind me.
Oh, bitch.
I'm gonna leave.
Can you ring my bell? Can you ring my bell?
Can you
Oh, did
ring?
you see that readjustment of the orb? Oh my god. That
No,
was
I didn't.
crazy.
I didn't. Was it sexy?
The Junkrat like tried to dodge it and I just switched sides.
Oh, I'm getting a help! Thank you.
Oh.
Reviving,
Oh, they have
reviving.
They have a Zenyatta now?
What a joke. Okay, I died again.
Oh no, they have a McChicken.
Who's a McChicken?
Cassidy. Sorry, I was like blanking on his name.
Oh.
Well, also his username is McChicken, which was throwing me off, to be fair.
Oh.
In my defense.
Got you.
McChicken. Well, he used to be called McCree, but we don't call him McCree anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Where is this loser?
Huh?
Oh, no. Help.
Got you.
Oh, thank you. I want to kill this.
Oh, girl. Dominant, no! I couldn't see you.
Help!
Oh, my God. Oh, I have
Solo
you.
ult.
Okay, wow. Girl, you actually did enough.
Did you say did enough?
You did enough and we killed him.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh,
Right on target.
oh, I did enough, guys.
I would like a health pack.
I didn't even say justice. Yeah, I
was
really
chased
shouldn't
down
be
by-
playing.
Our Domina is AFK.
Oh, really?
She was just AFK. Oh! That orb. Yes, whoever's damage boosting me, I hope you stay wet.
Excellent teamwork.
Did you say stay
that?
wet?
Yes.
Okay. Where is our thing?
Yeah, girl, I don't know what she's doing.
I want to get that Mercy so bad.
Oh, that little
Oh, great.
Zenyatta.
Good.
Okay, Jane.
Girl.
How did no one die?
Ah! Not me ducking in real life.
This Mercy is like connected at the umbilical cord to this Zenyatta. I cannot kill him.
I'm on, but for
I'm
what?
tired of your antics.
Oh! I died on the point. Someone
This
run,
Doomfist.
please.
Have we gone against any other tech except a Doomfist?
Stay
I'm
soaked.
tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired.
It's alright. We can come back from this. Guys, don't stress. Don't stress.
He solo ulted me. Carla.
Who?
He was doing this. Wait, where are you? He was like
Forget regulation.
he was trying to kill, and he couldn't do it. Like he solo ulted me.
Oh,
It killed me.
I'm gonna try Ash, but I know this is not gonna be good.
Yeah, cause I'm sad. I'm sad.
Watch me switch so bad. Watch me die and then go, I can't.
Who are you trying?
Ash.
Okay, she's like a mid-range sniper. What am I saying?
Is it just
She's like
one
a-
shot? Like I don't
It's
have
like
left
a
or right?
rifle. She uses a rifle, but it's not like a sniper. Like a headshot won't kill someone.
What's the point then? I'm kidding.
I'm
I hit someone.
Oh god.
Oh. Ah!
I fear.
Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead.
I fear.
Oh. Oh, I can scope.
I feel like our tank is asleep. I'm sorry. I don't mean to blame.
Someone said
I don't
tank
mean to
wake
blame,
the
but I know
fuck
what's
up.
happening. Oh, she wasn't in that fight at all.
Someone said that Moan should be behind a paywall. Okay, guys, so what should I do? Where should I put it? I'm joking.
Tier 3 sub. Hey, Brian.
He's here.
He's here.
Sorry.
No, our tank was not there that first fight.
Oh, I gotta get Mercy.
Can you ring my bell?
Oh,
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! You and I! 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 Yeah, did
you and
see
I
that? We killed him.
forever. Moans.wav.
You and I! Oh,
I want to get that Mercy so bad.
oh, I just wanna, I'm gonna drown her. Can you ring my bell?
Oh,
I hear a cowboy behind us somewhere.
oh,
Sick of your shit.
oh, I'm sick of everyone's shit. Bob, do something. Oh. Bob?
I killed so many. I'm a killer! Carla, I'm a killer!
Good,
Killer,
babe.
I've been meaning to
Good.
tell you.
As you should be.
It just happened, but I've been meaning to tell you.
Okay.
I killed, like... Oh!
Won't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Oh, I have to detonate it. That's so funny. Not me not knowing that.
Ready to unleash my ultimate.
ultimate.
There is a Doomfist behind us. Oh, did I mess up your little thing? Sorry.
Where is that bastard?
Oh god, he's coming, he's coming. Can you?
Oh.
Yeah, get out of my farm.
My god. Yes.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Oh god. I need that bloody mercy.
Oh. Oh,
I'm dead.
oh.
I'm dead.
Yes, yes,
I'm trying to learn Ash. Hi, Steven!
Girl, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, I've got a man named Robert.
Sir?
Oh.
I don't want to see that.
Help!
Oh, Carla, I was healing you the whole time.
I'm gonna fuck ass Bob.
Bob!
Do something.
Wow, this Doomfist is really hateful.
I would love just to get on the map.
Domina, do something. Okay, Jane. Bitch, I'm sick of your shenanigans.
Let me in.
This Doomfist has been on me the entire game. I have not been able to play my character, utilizing any of my abilities, or be useful to my team, as I have had a man with a fist punching me the entire round. I want that to be known.
Me just calling out Bob because I'm like, girl, there's nothing I can do right now.
Oh my god, she's so cunty. Look at her.
How are they
How
playing
is
the
she not playing
game?
the game? Okay. Well, she killed McChicken. She did a sticker. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay, I'm voting for you. Vote for yourself, quick.
Girl, do you know how hard I had to work?
I know. I know.
I was working
Cuddle, I'm such a casual
2
player.
jobs and
But I do
raising
like
a
it.
family of
Hi,
4
Sawa, as well.
in that round. I was DPSing. I was healing.
Yeah.
I was looking after the community at large.
I didn't
And I
mind
had
Ash,
Doomfist.
but I felt very stuck because I'm used to Farah, like flying around.
No, speak on it.
Hmm.
Yeah. She's about positioning. So
Okay.
you set yourself up somewhere, and then when someone dives you, you use your little shotgun thing to get away. And you're like, bye.
What's the
You
shotgun
also
thing?
you throw your dynamite because you want to get everyone on fire. You also don't have to play her. Like if you're not like into
No, but
it.
I need to learn someone else because I'm stuck on Farah.
Girl, you know what would be funny?
What?
If you learned Junkrat.
I knew you were going to say that. And I played Junkrat. I have 5 hours in Junkrat.
What?
Yeah.
You're basically a professional. You
I
should
know.
play him.
I know, but
He's
I don't.
Australian.
I just mash buttons with Junkrat though.
Honestly,
I just
he
mash.
is
I don't
a
even use.
moment.
I don't do it properly at all. That'd be funny just to watch me throw. Like I don't even play Junkrat good. Play him. I gotta learn how to be better with him.
Yes, Junkrat is very like
So
when you learn how to angle his little bombs.
how do
He's
I?
a pain in the ass. Oh well.
I'll play Junkrat, guys, but just watch how I spam things and don't do anything. Oh, I'm healing. Ugh.
Oh, you're healing?
Do I Moira? Or do I
whoever
Cat?
you're best at.
Junkrat is also Aussie, true. I actually have equal hours in DPS and support, surprisingly.
Do you ever play tank?
I've been learning tank with Diva.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might do a tank round at some stage.
Is this easy mode?
Girl, this tank, I need them to clock in. The last one was like, I think she was high or something. I don't know. She was just AFK. And then she would arrive and start doing things and clicking her fingers and getting play of the game. But bitch, where were you? Not with me. I was getting pounded in the back.
Hi, Late. Hi, Moxie. How are you?
Okay. This is the round.
I'm
I feel a
glad
bit
you're
more
liking it,
warmed
guys.
up
I was so
now.
nervous. Interesting hypothesis.
Everybody have their boots on tight?
Do you have your boots on?
I have no shoes.
What's the...
Finish this quickly.
Oh. What's the thing again? How do you do... Oh, here we go.
Oh my god. This is so emotional.
Oh, my mic dropped.
Winton.
Winton with a Y.
Winton. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. We're immediately taking a shit ton of damage.
Oh, yeah, a lot of
Oh
damage.
my god.
Lot of damage.
Someone's over there.
Someone's there.
It's a
Oh, no.
Sierra. Sierra missed.
Sierra miss?
Oh my god. When Sierra misses. Sierra missed.
Oh, I don't have healing. Oh, oh.
Oh girl. Oh girl.
Is that ours? Oh, no.
Girl, there was a Sierra on this corner just getting it free. Arissa,
Oh,
keep her pumped, keep her pumped.
oh. Oh,
What is up there? Is there a sniper? Hello?
oh. The orb's slowly coming to you, Walls. Slowly. Who killed me? And Hanzori.
I killed the tank.
There's a Hanzo being a bit of a Hans Ho, if you will.
I see him. Oh, he's dropped down. Dropped down. Dropped down.
I'm surrendering my soul.
Who just stole my kill? Is that ours? Oh,
Yes.
bye. Oh, I almost had you.
Get that turret gone. Whatever that fuck ass thing is. Fuck ass thing. You know?
Oh,
Girl.
oh. Oh, my aim. Okay, I need to lock in. I need to lock in and get and hit people.
Oh no.
Who is shooting with gay abandon?
Oh, they're
up
so
there?
low. They're so low. They're so low. They're so low.
Where is that dragon?
The dragon got me in the hole.
Here I come, girls! Okay, that was
music?
a big flop. Big flop. Big flop, Trina. Never ult yourself. Ever. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm coming.
I'm doing a shit ton
Oh,
of damage,
close.
though. Holy god.
Close.
Okay, girl.
Oh no.
Wait for the tank. No one go in.
A lot of us went in. My bad.
No, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for Arissa. She's gonna spin her javelin. Oh, no. Except for this girl. She over here. Oh.
She's gonna spin her
Bye.
javelin. I can't get.
Oh. Got the triple orbs now.
Yeah. I missed the hole. Oh, I didn't miss the hole, apparently.
Are they gonna come up that way, I wonder? Oh, there they. Oh my god. Wow!
Ooh, girl.
I got you, Deaver.
Thank you.
Oh no! Oh no, she's... What just happened? Hello?
Oh,
No way she teleported out of there. I am destroying the... Are we not on the thing yet? Guys? Guys?
guys.
We need to move the...
Whee! I solo ulted again. I solo ulted. I don't give a shit.
Guys?
Sometimes you have to solo ult. I don't care. You okay?
That was so good.
I gotta
She
escort
like
the
died in
payload.
slow motion.
Reverse the tides.
Oh, I like she did nothing with that.
I got no juice. I got no juice.
15 kills is diabolical. Our Junkrat has 6.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh my god, that was so funny. Then Kiriko was like, help, 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 help.
Oh no, she's gonna die. Oh,
Oh. The fire alarm.
stunned. Stunned! Oh!
Oh!
I dropped an orb before I died.
Not good. Reinforced steel. Not good.
I like how he said, my bad.
My bad. Oh. Who's shooting from up there? Oh, God, are you okay? Jesus. Okay, Jane.
Jane. Oh, I don't have juice. I don't have juice.
God.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Not much I can do there, I'm afraid.
Uh-oh. Ooh, not
Oh my
good.
God.
Not good.
Oh my God, there was so much going on.
Yes.
Girl, this is really it. This is the moment. The scoreboard, though, hello? You and I are eating.
We are eating, actually.
You have done so much healing.
Thank y'all.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh my God. Go in, go in, go in, go in, go in, bitch, go in. Move, move, move forward.
Oh!
Forward!
Oh!
Not you, the tank.
You was gonna be like, wait, what?
They did nothing with my ult.
I have no heals.
You better start sucking.
Oh!
Oh my.
My orb
Keep
was
going,
there.
girl. Keep going. Oh. Enzo! Oh my God. Oh my God. God, a cigarette after this round. God. Somebody get this goddamn Enzo.
Yeah, we need that Hanzo.
Okay.
We just gotta go in. I have my ult.
Okay.
We just gotta go in. Oh, great. Okay, we can't.
Good, 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 good. Oh, tank, tank, tank. I don't have any healing.
Oh,
I don't have
girl.
any juice.
Oh.
hello.
Oh.
Oh, you little bitch. Oh. Okay, no, because this is here.
No.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
as if that tail got me.
Oh my god, he followed me.
No. Oh, we should have won this. Oh, it's okay. We popped off.
Oh, that was hard. The tank
Ooh.
didn't push. They didn't push. They said
Yeah.
sorry, guys. Oh my god.
I
No,
feel
don't
bad.
apologize. To me.
I don't think I did cuddle.
You know what? I will do a tank round. How about that?
Let's do it, and then I can hear you screaming at me.
Okay. Why am I not getting healed? Why am I not getting healed? Oh, look at her. Oh my god, you have the most beautiful Moira skin. Hello?
Guys, I had 13k healing. Give me votes. If Yang Pai
Mama,
wins,
I'm a serial killer. I killed 16 people. Oh, our widow had 7 kills.
I had 13 kills and 13k healing. Give me what I deserve, and that is MVP.
Right, we are going to re-queue. I'm going to play tank this time.
Right.
Right, let's see if it's any different. I'll play Orisa, I think. Which was the character she just was.
Okay. I'll play both. I should tank one round and watch me just be like
No, because
screaming.
tank is good if you're in comms with someone
True.
and you tell them what to do. You'd be like, "Oh, bitch, you're low health. Come back," or
I have the
push.
the
I have an
voice
ult.
line. Is this easy mode? When I get one kill.
This easy mode.
19k.
How cute this skin. Oh my god.
Tammy, it will happen again.
So adorable.
I am actually having fun, Liz. I am. 'Cause it's not that deep, you know? I just wanted to give you a good stream still. And I was worried it wouldn't be a good stream because I'm not a good player. Or like the best player. So hopefully you're still having fun a little bit. Yeah. But it's been a fun week. Thank you for being here, guys. I'm just coming out of my comfort zone today, you know? 105 stream streak. Aaron. Thank you. How are ya? Oh my god.
King's Row! King's Row! King's Row! I want to go to London. I want to go to London. I want to go to London.
No, that is the nicest thing you've ever said to me. What the fuck? Thank you, doll. I guess because I'm not being able to talk that much with Overwatch, but that's very, very sweet. What the hell? And Max, one day I will eat a meal cooked by you, chef. Your meals always make me hungry.
Now entering King's
Now arriving to King's Row.
Oh god, we're on defense. I hate defense.
What should
If
I
I'm
play?
doing quick play, I want to do attack. You know, I want to live.
I'm not even healing you.
Okay, we have a jetpack cat, so I'm not getting healed, and we have Muncher.
I'm gonna
So-
play 5 different DPSs today. This round.
I feel like I'm not gonna get healed. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm gonna be annoying. I should have queued healing, sorry.
I'm scared.
Do you like my skin? Wait, are we both candy?
Oh, I love it. Yes, that's the one I have too.
Oh, hey girl.
I'm a rubber ducky.
I
I'm
never
feeling that
use
rubber ducky laugh.
the detonator to make myself fly. You know how Junkrats fly through the map?
Oh yes, the professional ones.
I'm just annoying. I'm just annoying. I just don't do anything. But if I'm not contributing, I'll change because I feel like sometimes you either do really well and you're just spamming, or you just are doing nothing for your team.
No, because that's real. Oh, hello. Okay, let's
2,
go.
1. Please don't be a widow up there.
Oh no, it's a Sigma.
Uh-oh.
Not good.
Blew up myself. Uh-oh, a Reaper in the back. Reaper in the back.
Okay.
Reaper up here.
low. She's on fire.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna die. Fuck.
Oh my god, this turret, please.
I'm just trying to annoy them as much as I can.
Oh, I used that at the wrong time, girl. Kiriko is so low. She's on fire.
Is this easy mode?
Wait, we're kind of slaying.
Wait, hold.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
You got caught in the trap.
Oh my god. They have a Farah now.
Ew.
Well, they always did, and then...
Meow. Oh my god, the cat, please.
I know.
Oh. No.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Oh, his hot load, his hot load.
I'm really bad at the wheel. This is gonna be funny. Oh no.
She's on fire. Yes.
Where's someone? Someone's in the back line. Farah? Farah?
Is she?
Okay, we killed her. It's fine. I'm gonna try this, but I'm really bad at it. How do I detonate? Alright, well, we got one.
This is so
Solo
like-
ulted yet again.
You got solo ulted? Who's
No,
back there?
I solo ulted.
Is that Frogger Overwatch? Oh my god, didn't you just have your damn rock? Oh, the mercy.
Oh,
Oh, she was so lucky. Ow.
oh, they solo. Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Got him.
Nice.
Ooh.
Ooh, girl.
Ah! 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 Oh my god!
Oops.
She's on fire! Okay. This is huge.
Okay, I'm gonna die again. Solo ult! Damn it. I didn't even get anyone. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Damn it.
It's okay.
Damn it. Hi, John. How are you, Zool?
Oh.
I know I don't want them to... Defend, defend, defend.
Ah!
You're doing so good.
Yes! Huge!
Yay!
You know what? There. That's how you tank, bitch.
GG's.
That, who was healing me? Damn, both our healers healed.
Yeah.
I genuinely forgot to use my ult. I didn't even use it.
And does cats too.
I was waiting for them to push. Who were you? You were...
I was Junkrat.
Oh, you slayed.
Hi Sierra.
Wow.
Oh
Huge.
yeah. If you aren't picking, no, Puddle guys. Have you voted for yourself? Vote for yourself.
I did. I mean, I need to win. If you were there, I would vote for you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh.
my God, look at the little dance she did. Okay, I'm gonna go back to healer now.
Sierra 80 streak. You're my guy. That was fun. Junkrat was fun.
Okay, let's re-queue.
Guys, why am I enjoying? Why am I
See,
enjoying
like,
Overwatch on stream?
I was aggressive.
Who
but
are
I
you
didn't
playing?
push too hard. Wu Yang. Again. You play, he won't play, baby.
Okay.
You play, he won't play, baby.
Cause it's a good
Play,
time.
he won't play, baby.
I do love playing Diva because I don't have to wait for anyone. Well, I do, but I just go in. Like I just
Yes.
screw it all to hell. You know.
I like about playing Winston is like, go and then I'm gonna come back when I need
Liz!
you.
Nice.
It's very that. By the way, everyone,
Ooh.
Overwatch drops around. If you watch me or Carla, if you subscribe
Ooh.
or gift a sub, you get a Winston badge.
Winton badge.
Winton badge, big news.
That's cute.
It's cute, adorable, special, just like you.
Wow.
Get something to match your vibe this Christmas.
This
What are we in?
this Mother's Day.
April. What's in April? Easter?
Yes.
What are we eating, Diva?
I'm not eating. Jokes. I am.
Now- Okay, yeah, I was just, yeah.
I'm posing because
What
I'm
is it?
eating. It is called a Nature Valley protein peanut and chocolate bar. Thoughts?
Oh.
It's
Is
actually
it-
really nice.
Is it crumbling all over everything?
No. Hi, Axel.
Wait, I just unlocked this emote on the battle
Triss!
pass. Let me show
How
you.
are you guys? Happy New Year. You know what? I'm not controlled by a calendar either. It's my birthday, my 40th.
Come into the the practice zone.
I aim.
Look at this emote.
Girl.
What the fuck? That's so funny. What the hell? Oh my God, how do I stop it? You can move? You can move. Oh my God, you can move. You can control it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so gay. I love it. Wow.
Exposed. Exposed.
Exposed. I wish I was better with what's it called? Whoever I'm playing, Widowmaker. I wish I was better with that. Wait, is Drunkerwatch you just playing Overwatch drunk? Axel, I love playing as Junker. I only have 5 hours on him, but I love playing as him. I just mash
I
buttons.
don't know
there.
how to stop this emote.
But I love him.
Oh, okay. Just fire my gun. It is me, Widowmaker.
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 I just have to get used to everyone jumping. I want to learn everyone.
Okay, girls, where do we want to go? I
What's
vote a random
good?
map.
Okay.
Random map. I'm not feeling these other ones.
I just don't know where to hide for Widori.
We're
Oh,
going
Tammy,
to
that's
RuneScape.
sick. Ooh, Triz. Yeah. Welcome. All right, who should I play on this map? Junkrat,
Welcome to
Pharah, or Widowmaker?
Oh my God, can you please play Widowmaker?
I'm gonna be
see.
ass. Okay, I'm gonna try.
I want to see.
This is not. I don't play her. I don't know why I even offered that. I'll probably switch to Farah.
I
Watch
don't
me.
know either. You
My
know what?
skin's
Next round,
cute.
I should queue as DPS with you, and I'll show people the new hero.
True. I'll
'Cause if we-
try. Yes.
If I queue solo DPS, someone else will steal her.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
true.
Everyone locks her in immediately.
I'll try and get some kills as Widowmaker, and then if I'm flopping, I'll go back to Farah. And then if I'm flopping as Farah, I'll go back to Junkrat.
Okay. Hey y'all! Did you know Sierra is the first ever African American character they have added?
Yes, bitch.
And all of her voice lines are so good.
About time.
She's when she goes, I know that's right.
Oh.
She goes, hey y'all!
Hey, y'all.
Hey y'all!
Put your ass away,
We
child.
have a jetpack cat.
Armstrong 365 just subscribed.
93, tier
Carla,
2,
hi
and 14.
darling, how are you?
Oh. Where is this loser?
Put your ass
no,
away,
Zarya.
child.
Oh.
Has
hate
Rex
going against
just
Zarya and-
Oh,
subscribed?
I hate going
I
against
made
her
it
eats
for
too.
her.
Oh.
She's on fire! She is dead!
Oh.
I just murdered my sister.
Alright. I feel so slow. This is not helping. Because I want to... No, I can't play as her. No, I can't. I can't. I can't. I'm not contributing.
Where is that Genji? Oh, he's dead.
Cass, thank you as well.
Oh my god! Hey!
James, how are you?
The way the tank just did not care that I was dying.
I cannot learn Widowmaker.
I was running
Against real
away,
people.
please. Who are you playing, Widow? Okay.
No, I was. I can't.
No fair. She's
Oh,
not.
shit.
She's not easy. She's really hard.
Uh-oh. I think someone's playing as her still.
Okay, come here. Come here.
Okay, I can't play Farah. I have to be Junkrat. I have a Widowmaker. Oh!
Oh shit!
The Widow is literally just sniping. Oh,
Oh god!
not good.
Oh! Die
Oh.
me again, bitch! I swear to God. Both you and Andran, I keep killing you. Do it again. Do it again. I wish you would. I wish you would. I invite you. Oh, man. Oh, this Zarya. Oh, she was low.
Being annoying.
She's on fire.
Being
Oh my
annoying.
god. Huge.
Granny's scaring me. You don't want to mess with Grand and Overwatch.
Girl, I... No, it's because these guys keep diving me. They keep, like, running at me. And theoretically, they should be killing me.
I'm pushing the robot.
I'm hitting somebody. You better push that robot,
I'm
mama.
pushing the robot, but if they come for me.
I'll be there.
What food did you get, Liz? Danny, Tara, everyone, hello. Pre-fire. I don't care.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, we need to...
Widowmaker.
Oh, they're mad. Oh, they're mad. Oh, they're mad.
Widowmaker being weird.
They're mad. Oh, I don't have any cover. Oh, he's gonna come for me. Oh, he can't wait. Yep. I knew it. 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 Did you see that?
No.
He put the reticle on me before he even ulted. He was like, I'm gonna get her.
Oh.
She needs to die.
All right.
Alright, alright.
All right.
Oh, I'm coming, sweetie.
It's snowing.
Oh!
greedy.
The way that you were ulting.
I could have
and had
just
1,000
got one.
people attacking you and you still lived.
I know. I don't know why I did that. That was silly. I'm a greedy, greedy girl.
That's what I'm talking about. Wow.
I'm greedy.
Let's push this barricade.
Oh, mama. She's on fire.
Ooh, ooh, oh, Jesus. She came on me and went, hey, girl. My bad. Spicy garlic chicken. Oh, I would do anything for spicy garlic
What
chicken.
the hell? The way that you came in with that.
Starting the push.
She said, I hate that Junkrat bitch, and killed me.
No, I'm sorry, but like, I've been targeted with ults. Someone's here. Who is that? Tracer?
Ew.
Girl, you will not defeat me. Uh-oh. Not good.
Uh-oh, I don't have any cover.
Not good. We have a
Oh!
tracer on you?
Traces on my ass. Traces on my pussy.
I'm trying to protect you.
Oh, God.
Oh, oh.
Wait, she's off Widow, so I'm gonna try Pharah now.
Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Go, 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 go.
I'm running.
Tracer? Oh my god, she wanted me so bad. She wanted me so bad.
Oh! Oh, I have no heals.
Did we push? Are we good?
We're
No,
pushing. No, we're not good. No, we're not good. No, we're not good. Oh.
It's okay, babe. I'm coming back. Going to spray everybody.
No, I'm telling you, if you keep killing the DPS as Wu Yang, they get mad. They will come after you.
Why?
Because I'm a healer. I'm not supposed to kill things.
Well, they need to do things then.
And look, she just flapped.
I'm gonna die. 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 I'm gonna die.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh.
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, this idiot.
Solo ulted by the Genji.
Oh. Oh, I'm
Solo ulted by the
flopping.
Genji.
I'm flopping. I'm flopping.
He did not want me to be living. He said, not another breath, bitch.
Not good. I think we can bring this back, but I'm flopping this round. I'm so map dependent.
You missed.
This Trace is being a loser.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Get on the robot. Get on the robot. Get on the robot.
Oh.
Oh, I was so
Oh, no.
close.
Oh, no.
You got this, guys.
Oh, no.
Mush. Mush.
Oh,
Mush isn't a word.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't breathe. Oh, my God. I can't breathe.
Don't worry, guys.
The jetpack head is still at the point. Yes, queen. Yes, yes.
I need heals.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Sorry.
Oh, no. Oh. A tracer. Get them. Get the Wuya. The Wuya. Ah!
That is hilarious. I did not deserve that victory. I flopped. Guys, MVP? Surely, right? How I wasn't playing the game? Surprising.
I look at my chat and said, you gotta heal too, ...
No, you don't.
And you know what? Oh. Oh my God. Was that ours?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Stop.
Oh.
Okay, no, because I got the most kills in the lobby. 21 kills.
Shit.
Disgusting.
Daddy's favorite. Ethan, you are.
You know what's funny? 6 people voted, which means one of them voted for me. The enemy team.
As they should.
As they should, girl. This game feels so much nicer after a warm-up. It's the first one where you're like, wow, I'm hot garbage.
I just saved 30 cents.
Fritz makes a good point. Okay, he says Grand's version of healing as Wu Yang is killing the entire enemy team to prevent them from doing any form of damage. And this is what people don't understand, Carla. You know, Carla, is support is not just healing.
So true.
Okay? It's supporting
You're supporting the team.
How do I support them?
Tammy, thank you.
By removing
100
the enemy
streak,
team.
Ethan, by the way. Yeah. Sorry.
You know,
Thank
and
you.
that's a big, huge,
Hi,
it's a big part of
Killa.
the biz.
It is a part of the biz. You're right.
It's a big part of the esports scene.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The best offense is good defense.
Wait, someone says that in this game.
Oh, there you go.
There's a hero who says that.
Tammy, thank you so much. And thank you for this week,
Yes, I'm
guys.
level
We've had a
100
big
Mafia
week
boss.
together. I appreciate you. No, it's okay, Tammy. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna pee after this game. It's already been nearly 2 hours. What the hell?
I knew it. I knew the time would fly. It's so much fun.
I was worried
And
the
there's-
time wouldn't fly, but it actually is.
Oh, it's what happens when you play this game.
True.
It gets you.
True.
It gets you, mama.
The best defense is Granny.
Girl. Huge slay.
Girl.
Have you seen the Battle Pass skins?
No.
Oh, mama.
Oh, wait. Who is that? Is that Moira?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Well. Although my oh, wait. That emote's so good. Premium. Wow, Echo's pretty. Ooh, who's this? Ash. Oh, that is pretty. That is pretty.
Right, the Ash skin is beautiful. Hold on, let me show it.
Wait,
What is
Mythic
it?
Shop. Can I get... Have I unlocked all my...
Wow, that's gorgeous.
That is
That is
pretty.
the most beautiful Ash skin. Oh my god, her hair. It's kind of, it's like Rapunzel.
Pretty.
Oh.
Hi, gamer.
Oh, that's cute.
Holding
I
for
like that.
8, babes. I wouldn't say I've always been an Overwatch girly, but I have been playing for a couple years, casually, like off and on. I have nearly like 200 hours, so nothing crazy. And I played kind of the same heroes when, like, I usually have seasons, so I'll play like non-stop for like 3 months, and then I'll uninstall it for no other reason other than disk space. But I used to play with Gran and CD and Fritz like heaps off stream. Love the skins in this pass. It's a good pass. I wasn't gonna like, I would never have been like, oh yeah, let's do an Overwatch stream, but Gran's like, we should. So I was like, fuck. Okay, fine.
Get
I like Ana
ready
too.
for the next battle. Oh, do you want to go to, oh, let's do,
What should we do?
I like Circuit Royale. Honestly, any of these.
Actually, yeah, they're all fun.
Did you know? Did you top 10 things you didn't know about Overwatch? Junkertown is actually based on the real-life continent, Australia.
You have the cadence again.
Here we go. We're going in.
Welcome to Junkertown.
Also, did you know the aesthetic is based on the movies Mad Max, which were incidentally filmed in Australia in the 80s? Starring Mel
Wow.
Gibson.
Hi, Blaze. How are you, doll?
So there's an Overwatch streamer that I watch sometimes, and he's Australian. I don't know how he plays with Americans, if he lives there or what. I don't want to ask.
Okay. Mel
But
Gibson.
his name is Frogger, and he only plays Lucio, like a very aggressive Lucio.
Oh.
It is so funny listening to an Australian play Overwatch. so funny. The aggression, the humor, love it.
True.
Robbing banks with the deadlock.
Oh,
Hey,
am I
did you
freezing?
know, what is it, Fritz? They had to change the map when it released because they had the wrong terminology on the signs. They did, didn't they have like store or something instead of shop?
Ah.
Because nobody says store.
Why wouldn't they just hire an Aussie? Like, I don't understand why they make mistakes like that.
I don't know. It happens, you know.
Mel
Like, I think Dead
Gibson.
by Daylight had something with that, with the new Korea map.
True.
Oh, now what is there? That is a... Oh. Sigmar.
Oh no. Receive.
Receive my aid.
Oh, I didn't mean to move that far, Byron. Worked.
There's a sniper up there. Oh. 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 Girl, be careful. There's a
I
sniper.
want that sniper so bad.
There's a sniper. Oh, Genji, I can't. Sorry, baby. I
Oh,
did my
I
breath. Oh my god. What the hell?
Dead.
Oh, oh. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh Jesus.
Stay alive.
I'm on fire. Oh my god, I'm literally gonna die. Oh, thank you. Who dips Wu Yang? Honestly, anything that can fly. I really hate, what's her name? Echo? Right.
Right.
Right, locked in, ready to go, feeling gorgeous, comfortable,
Oh!
and ready to...
Someone's on my pussy. Never mind. They're off the
Girl,
pussy. Sorry.
stop diving me. My sister keeps trying to kill me.
I'm gonna die. I don't know why I did this. Never mind.
Who is over here? I know that Enron keeps diving me. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Gonna get it. Big
I'm
ol'-
stunned.
Oh.
That's okay. Sometimes
Girl,
you
I
gotta
could
just surrender
see
your
you.
soul and die.
Oh, I fear. Is that Genji at all? No, almost.
Get his ass!
Oh! Oh no, I'm stuck!
I'll be
stuck.
there in a jiffy.
Oh.
No.
Oh, I'm such a fool! Like,
Not
I'm
a fool,
stuck
you're
in a
not a
box.
fool.
Who put that box there? Who? Oh my god, who put that box there? I'm so upset.
Someone's on my pussy.
Genji always has the ult, and then I'm gonna ult him.
No. Oh, we gotta.
Genji, do you have your ult, baby? Because, like, now would be great.
Regroup, regroup.
Okay, no, we're in.
We can defend this.
It's okay. We have an ult combo to die for, mama.
To die for.
The Genji has 2 kills, but we're gonna do it.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Oh, DNG.
We made it, mama. We can
The
defend this.
water zone.
Josie, no! What the hell? Does it sound like they sound in the movies? That'd be terrifying.
What's going on?
Hope you're okay.
Oh yes, please go through that tiny show. Genji go in?
I don't know.
Oh, now he's going in. Okay, it worked. Where is... I can hear a Zenyatta, but I don't know where he is.
Oh,
Oh, no!
God.
Oh, it's Sword Girl! Oh, it's over. Oh, bitch. I hate this character.
Sword Girl got me.
The way that I just got stuck on a little... Oh, hello? Where am I? Oh my god, what? Where am I? I'm
do you
under the
mean?
ground?
What happened?
Girl, I'm having a conniption, it's okay.
Okay. I need to heal you.
Oh my god!
Oh, why did I press
Ew,
Q?
it's Sword Girl!
So why is Sword Girl like that?
She has armor, she can just slice you. She's so powerful. People switch to her when they're losing a lot.
Really?
As DPS? Just kidding, that's mean.
Okay, sorry.
I like how you apologized.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I got nothing.
Oh, okay, well. Then, I see you. Oh, he's low. Oh, he's low.
Oh, I love
Not
that
anymore.
sound.
Not anymore. Oh, okay, so that ult, no projectiles go through that.
Oh,
Oh my god, that is up the top. Oh, he floated over.
oh.
Who the hell is he? Oh, I see him.
Sword Girl's nearly dead. Never mind, she got a health pack. Got her anyway. Thank you. Oh no, I can't see you.
Cancel that ult. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Oh, Sword Girl.
Oh,
Kill
she's
her
back
immediately.
again. I can't
I want her
see you
dead.
guys. Oh,
I want her dead.
I can't see you.
Just zipping and zooming around. Oh. Oh, I'm so locked in.
Can't see anything.
No.
Okay.
Stop. We just annihilated them.
I couldn't see a single thing.
Sometimes in the biz.
That's sometimes in the biz. Doesn't fucking matter.
Sometimes in the scene. That's how it is.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, Soul Girl,
man.
Soul Girl.
Yeah, and you know what?
Sound like they said erection.
Oh my god, my left earphone just died.
Huh?
Okay, I'm good. I want her dead.
Oh, Soul Girl. Never mind.
Girl, like, I love how when the Zenyatta gives up, he just... What's happening? Genji? Oh. Girl, that was gagging. That was so funny. they just switch to a Symmetra? I think they just switched to Symmetra. Yes, they did.
Oh god.
Oh, mama.
Triple
Mama.
kill.
Hey! Oh my god, the Zenyatta
Okay.
is friendly.
Sorry, I was hitting them.
Carlo, we... Wow.
We did great.
If you ever doubted yourself, don't. Because that
We did great, mama.
was the Slay of the Century. Huge.
Huge. Huge.
I'm still laughing at the Andron dived me twice and died the same way twice.
Killing the sword girl
Cheeto?
felt really nice.
Oh, Sword Girl is... Wow. Fills me with rage. I'm gonna request and just go piddle really quickly.
Oh wait, yeah,
I'll
I'll
be
piddle
super
too.
fast.
I'll piddle too.
I'll be super fast.
Alright, you know.
Burb, you guys, burb.
Burb.
Burb, you guys, burb.
I love a Moira game where you don't know what the fuck is going on. But like you're in it, you know? Alright, let me go pee. That was fun! Game found. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm DPS again. I was vibing.
Vote Hollywood, Hollywood, Hollywood. Vote for Hollywood. Vote for Hollywood. Oh no.
I just got back, sorry. We should
no.
just stay as a healing duo, to be honest. I should re-queue.
We did good. It's annoying when our tank is shit, though. I really wanted to go to Hollywood.
Hollywood. Sorry, it's my phone.
Who does Biggie want to play? Oh, they're an anime.
Who do I want to play?
Carl, look, someone on our team is playing Venture.
Who's that?
Have you seen them?
Oh, who's that?
Venture is, they like dig under the ground with a drill and then pop up.
Oh, they annoy me.
Oh, they're so funny.
I'm like, get out of the ground.
I've tried to play them and I don't quite get it. So, are you enjoying Overwatch stream, Carl? Because, girl, I am.
Okay, you got me.
Good
I
leadership
am.
makes all the difference.
It's so fun, but also it wouldn't be fun without you. You know what I mean? Like that's the vibe.
Well, that's not true.
It's the comms. The comms.
True.
make the noms.
True. I am enjoying it way more than I thought it was. Not because of you. Like I wasn't draining it because
Oh,
of you.
okay.
No. Wait. I'm enjoying it because of you, obviously.
Wow, the phrasing.
No,
Just
sorry.
awesome.
Listen. I wasn't scared to play because of you, because I know we're gonna have a great time. But I was like, fuck. What if the games are just like horrendous? And then I feel bad that I'm like weighing you down.
No.
But it's been fun because you make
It's been
it fun.
so good.
Yeah.
Oh, Venture. Where is she?
Where did
Show
she
her
go?
to me. She got life grip,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Disperse, hey.
Back there. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh.
Oi.
Oh my god. Ooh.
Oh, girl.
All systems no.
Ugh.
Girl.
She already done had hers. Oh no, my baby. Oh. 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 Oh my goodness.
Oh, she's so
What
low.
is up there? What is that?
She's so low. I don't know what that was, but
Girl, come back, please. Go in, go in. Yes, she understands how to play.
I thought I was eliminated by little fuck for a second there, but it was little luck.
Better luck next time, girl. Oh,
Thanks, kid.
oh my god, no. I spoke too soon.
You're lovely.
Ah!
Thank you for lurking.
Oh, shit,
The good thing is we remain calm.
she hit me with the thing where it locks onto you, and I got gagged. Not after I shit talked too. That was so bad.
Oops. Oh no. Oh.
Get that life weaver. Get that life weaver. That life weaver.
Solo altered.
Get that Moira. Get that Moira. Get the Moira. Gotta.
Solo
Where
altered.
do you think you're going?
Call for security.
Overtime.
Oh,
Best round.
Lord.
I did barely nothing, but I
Lord.
solo altered the tank. So that's all that matters.
We did a lot of work.
1-0.
Yep.
Their Anran's name is Dat Boy.
That boy.
Well. Oh my god, I'm
If you
so
want
like
my
this game
help,
makes
you
me so
better be
locked in,
dying.
like no other game.
I know.
There's just so much going on. There's so many colors.
Mm-hmm.
My sensory systems are satisfied.
I won't let it fall into their hands.
Sound, light,
Sound,
action,
light. I'm so calm, cool,
themes,
collected
metaphors,
sometimes.
aiming, controlling
Sometimes.
water. Huge part of it. Love the water.
Bobby.
Okay, where's my... Oh. Oh, God. They have a Farah now?
Oh no.
Oh, and a Diva?
Someone nearly got hold.
What is that Farah? Oh, I see her.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. It was fun though.
Oh,
I don't know, we're playing quick play. My last rank was
Get that
silver like 6
Farah.
months ago.
Girl, I don't know if y'all just saw that, but did you see that?
No, what happened?
I killed everyone.
Oh,
There was no other teammates available to fight.
oh, I want to. Oh, I'm too far in again. Why'd I do this? Oh my god. I don't mean to. I just.
Girl, where are you?
I'm
Hello?
bu-
You
I'm
look
here.
like to China. I'm screaming.
That's how it feels to kill me, I think.
That's how it feels to chew 5 gum.
Oh, wait. Stimulate your senses, I heard. I'm gonna do my
Do it.
bad justice.
Do it. Reverse the tide. Reverse it. Reverse the tide. Reverse it.
Reverse the tide!
Kill the light weaver as well. Destroy
Boy Wonder
them.
Bobby has gifted 5 subs.
Got me.
Naughty boy.
Bobby! Thank you! I want a brownie
You
so
will
bad.
never reach the point, Diva. And I will punch you. Yes.
Thank
That
you
was
so
diabolical.
much. Wow! No, I seriously
Diabolical.
appreciate that so much, babe.
Please take
Thank
and play
you.
the game, please.
That should have been.
I
Yes!
did! Stop it. What did I do? This is play of the game?
I mean, you're just that bitch.
Why? Why is this play of the game?
Because you're saving.
well.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. There was just this one part where like
Max! Oh, I
there
want
was
it
a
so
Farah,
bad.
killed her, then killed the I think it was like a diva with her.
Thank you, Bobby.
Then the Moira was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get him."
Please
killed
thank
her.
the gifters or Bobby.
Just one after the other.
If you got a sub, that means a lot to me and everyone. Thank you,
Oh,
doll.
girl.
I'm hungry. I should make a chicken burger. Guys, I think... I don't know what I feel like after this. I'm honestly leaning towards Faz and giving Tamagotchi like more time. I said thank the gifters or Bobby because there's been a few gifters today. And then I was like, chicken burger and chips. I could make a chicken burger for lunch. Yeah, I was thinking maybe, because I don't want to do another super long one today. I wanted to, you know, behave a little bit. So I was thinking if I played Tamagotchi, I wouldn't be able to really go into it fully. Plus, I feel like everyone's playing Tamagotchi. So it's kind of just like Tamagotchi overload. I don't know. I don't know if that's a crazy statement. Plus, I want to find characters that I want to make, you know? So, I don't know. Thoughts on that? 14 hours minimum, 28 hours max. No sleep till Rev. Tammy's like, what? Hi, Renger. How are you, doll? Red Dead Cap? Probably not, because that's always 2 to 3 hours. And I don't have 2 to 3 hours today. Slash, I don't think I want a story today. Oh, that sounds crazy. I'm sorry. I do love Red Dead. But we'll do more Red Dead next week. We'll start Tamagotchi as well. Because I really want to put hours into this. We have to make characters. I'm trying to think of all the characters I want to make. So I think maybe Ghosties and Yap today. And then next stream we do this. I gotta make my characters. I gotta think of all the characters I want to make. I want to make some curse stuff. God, I haven't played Ark in so long. Will carry. I gotta play some Ark soon though. I will admit. I gotta play it soon, but my heart's not in it at the moment. I think the last couple times I played it, I've just been kind of like, I'm not having fun.
Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale.
But I will give it a crack.
Circuit Royale.
I will give it a crack.
Royale. Circuit Royale.
Terrell, I'm so excited. Yeah. But I still like the game a lot,
Shame.
but I think, I don't know.
Great,
Maybe
now
the
we're going to
update didn't make me
Flashpoint.
happy. Maybe
In
the update wasn't
Australia.
happy. I don't know. Do you feel the same way with the update, or are you still enjoying it? Yeah, Tammy, you excited
Really,
for the
I
event?
love Circuit Royale.
Circuit Royale. I gotta start queuing as healing. What's better, Farah or Junkrat for this map?
Probably Junkrat, because this has a lot of indoor sections.
All right.
Oh, we have a Mauga.
But I
Betty
still
Mauga,
love
come
the
here.
game a lot.
Come here. Come here, Mauga, come here.
Yeah, I'm excited for cursed
Mauga, come here.
characters.
Still,
I think.
still.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my god, he's punching everything. He's so aggressive.
I think my next stream, I'll just do
Mauga,
a full day of this
come
because
here.
I want to customize the characters.
Oh god, okay. You
And
know
I
what?
don't
I'll
want to
join
feel
in.
like I don't have enough
Joining
time
in too.
today. You know, like I want to commit to that.
Okay, Jane.
I'm not looking at anyone else's streams though. Like I'm going
this
in
man.
blind. Yeah, exactly, Terrell. Exactly. So if you're like still
Right.
okay for me doing some Faz, I would love to
Let's
end
go.
with Faz and Yaps so I can talk to you guys. Another reason why I didn't want to red deck because I won't be able
We
to
went
talk.
low ground, which is weird.
Oh, low ground.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Ooh,
Nice! Your trap got him!
what an idiot.
Oh
Gonna
my
die.
god, I got killed by a grenade. Oh, is Mercy reviving me? What a queen! Queen of reviving.
Team player.
Huge. Oh, I flapped. Try to kill their Mercy. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, not
Uh-oh.
good. My positioning was bad.
Oh, she's so dead. She's so close. But I'm dead.
Girl, we kind of flopped.
Hey,
I'm
how are you,
sorry.
my love?
Oh, wait, it's still going.
Looks cool. Hey, Tammy.
I can just get to Malga.
Ping, you look amazing, by the way. I was checking
Ooh.
like the Discord channels. I was checking selfies. I
I'm
mean,
outta
you always
here.
look amazing,
I'm
but
out.
you're glowing, babe. Wait, you like Faz, Ping? Hehe. I'm excited to play after this.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Oh, oh. Oh.
I'm gonna die.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh no, not good. I got killed by that boy.
Maybe I shouldn't play as this guy. Okay, I'll try again.
No, we're not moving up properly. It's the problem. We keep like going on little adventures, including me.
Okay.
We just need to group.
Okay.
Wait for the tank.
I'll also start early
Yay,
next
yay.
week, guys, so we can get like heaps of games in. No, I'm so proud of you, Ping. You're doing amazing. I hope you know that.
Or we gotta go. Malga, get in, baby. Somebody touch. Well,
All right, I'm at the attack area.
Flashpoint, the ducks.
I'm here.
oh. Oh, girl.
I'm here.
Oh,
Probably
girl.
shouldn't be here, but I'm
Oh,
here.
Girl. Oh, girl. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh, my. Oh, Lord.
I'm here
How does he do
early,
it?
beach.
Oh, no.
Locks in 10 seconds.
Is this isn't even the point, guys. This is a different point.
I'm at the point.
You know what? Just get it. Everyone's here at the other one for some reason.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Louise!
Unleash Louise 22 has gifted 5 subs.
What the hell?
Naughty boy.
Thank you so much. What's going on today? My
We're
lucky
still
day.
fighting, girl.
Thank you so much. Please thank Louise if you got a sub, guys.
We're oh,
I'm
oh,
coming
the only
back.
one.
Sorry.
No. Stay at that point.
Over here.
We were all still fighting for some.
Oh no, I'm dead. We killed each other. That's funny.
No one expects the flanking Wu Yang. Oh, okay. There's
Louise,
3
how
of
are
them
you?
now.
Thank you.
The way that you got
Thank
that
you,
point.
guys. I
well,
mean,
we were all fighting on the
I
other
mean,
one for
sometimes
an
you
hour.
gotta because what we
No,
were
you
doing.
slayed. That was so funny.
Did nothing! Wow! I fired in no one's hole! Naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Lorelei Red.
Everybody
What
else
the
in
hell?
world.
Naughty boy. Oh my god, it will
Ping
play
Ping
your
Chicken
alert.
Wing has
Thank
gifted
you.
a sub to R.I. Jaylee.
You broke the alert, you sexy beard. Naughty boy. I love this alert
Ping
too.
Ping
It's my
Chicken Wing has
favorite.
gifted a sub
Oh
to
my God,
Edicus
Hi, Matt.
82.
Hi, Kyle. I can't wait to hear it. I need this. You naughty boy. Thank you, Ping.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Hallie's _ Comet.
You naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Raj
Girl.
_ R.
What is
Oh my
happening?
God.
This round is so weird.
I agree.
Naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Spooky _ Rookie.
I want to hear it so
Like
bad.
what?
You naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to
This
Love
round is
More
utter
_
nonsense.
Jess.
I agree.
what it is.
I agree. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, fuck it up. Fuck it up.
Oh, where am
Stop
I?
it.
I don't know where I am.
Taking it like jelly for 5 seconds. We have to find the
I went on a
anomalies.
side quest.
Before we fucking die. And I've been saying that.
Ping Ping Chicken
Oh, no.
Wing has gifted 7 subs. Naughty boy.
Oh my god.
Oh. Bye, girl.
Oh,
I don't know what's this.
Thank
this,
you,
this,
Pig.
This round is.
thank you, Louise. I appreciate it. You're the best.
What is happening?
I don't know what that was.
Utter nonsense.
I'm going to the next flashpoint.
May as well, 'cause these guys are gonna fight here.
As per usual, I did nothing. There
Girl.
we go. Girl.
Where am I? I don't know what I am.
I don't know what I am anymore.
I fell down a hole.
We have to find the anomaly
Deep in the
before we
sewers.
fucking die. I'm gonna die.
No, you're good.
I'm on fire.
Wow. No. God, what is it? What is it? No. No.
Oh, he's
Get
so
the rest,
close.
Mercy.
He's
Get
so
the rest,
close.
Mercy.
Or-
Do it, Mercy. You know you want
Or-
to. Okay, never mind. Don't do it. Don't do it, Mercy. Okay. Okay, we're grouping up. We're grouping up.
We can get this.
We're grouping up. Big group. Big group up moment. Oh no, Sierra. Get away from me.
Oh my god.
No.
I captured it still.
This Lifeweaver is healing the shit out of this Andran. Oh my god, I'm trying to hit her so hard. Ah!
Oh my goodness. He's so close. Oh, Moana's won.
Hey, Moana.
Yeah. Honestly, they have very similar character models. If you put that in Moana as the main guy, I'd believe it. They're both cute and zesty.
I'm screaming.
I'm screaming.
Nobody wants.
84% we got. You bitch. No, you got me.
Big group, big group, big group, big group, big group, big group.
I wanted to use my ult, but
Oh. Oh. Where the hell did you come from?
as if.
Killed Mercy?
No, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Can you guys make it?
Oh my god.
Oh wait, I guess it's
Oh, help
it's
me,
even.
Lord.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can come back. We can come back.
Oh my god, our Mercy has done so much healing.
Holy shit.
It's okay, this is the match point. For those not in the base, the match point means whoever gets this point is the winner.
Oh, I
You
am just
perfect
on
base.
fire. Not in a good way. Ooh. I gotta leave. This is a bad. Oh, here. Oh. I got that boy.
Yes, give me a big juicy bastion to hit. Oh, that's their Mauga. Our Mauga. They are all up on that damn.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, that's ours. My bad.
oh. Help me, Lord.
Oh no. I'm gonna die. Okay. I'm a zesty teddy bear? Wait.
Oh.
I needed that. Thank you. Whoa, whoa. We can win this. It's actually ridiculous. I got that
Go in,
boy
Mauga.
again.
Go in, go in, go in, Mauga. Go in, go in. I don't know what's
fucked.
happening.
I'm going on the point.
I would like a ring, I would like a ring, I would like a diamond ring, I would like to pick a set of diamonds, I gotta wait for them. Did we win that fight?
I'm back on the point.
There was literally 1,000 things happening. Mercy, yes, kill him. Mercy, please. Kill the Lifeweaver. Yes, Queen! That was the most beautiful laugh.
I love solo ulting so bad. That wasn't even necessary either. That was, I like that laugh. That wasn't even necessary. I like that lamp.
Oh, they're coming. Enemy here. This way.
I'm dead.
Mercy. I swear to God. off.
This is ours.
God, what the hell? Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh, Mercy got that res.
We need
Oh my
it.
god, where am I? Ah! Ah! Ah!
Nice.
She wanna be bad.
We need to get on that point.
Need to get on the point. Oh, he's dead, the tank's dead.
Dat boy's here. Someone get on. Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, what?
Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. Someone's trapped. Someone's trapped. You got this. Yes, Mercy brought him back.
Oh,
yes, yes, yes,
no.
yes, yes. This is yours.
Yes, she didn't get the res. She did not get the res. I repeat, she did not get the res.
Attack, attack. You're fine.
Where is he?
I'm coming, but I won't make a difference.
No.
Someone get on. Someone get on.
I'm on it, I'm on it.
I'm so slow. Get on the
no.
point.
Oh shit, I was the only one there.
Oh,
Oh my god.
That's
that
alright,
stupid
we tried.
diarrhea.
Holy shit.
Sorry. I like... We did so much, girl. We did so much.
Oh.
Wow, look at the kills, jeez.
Yeah, like,
45?
we all kind of... Wow. Saying Morga diff is crazy because, like, they all have juicy points. Like, there was no diff. It
Yes,
was just...
everyone did so well.
Oh my god, vote for ours. Vote for ours.
I'm voting for Armalga.
Guys, vote for
Oh
ours.
no, the
Oh.
Lifeweaver won.
Ew.
Damn. He was good though. He kept everyone alive. Like I couldn't kill
True.
anyone. He got buffed. in the
19k.
recent patch.
Okay. Alright,
Any
fine.
Any
Okay.
game.
Fine.
By the way, everyone, don't forget to subscribe to Kara or me. Today, or gift a sub, you will get a Winston badge. Overwatch drops are on too.
A Winston badge
Get
for
you to
Twitch.
watch. What's that?
A Winston badge
yes,
for Twitch.
your username.
Our little cute guy next to your name?
That's right, a little cute little monkey man.
Wow.
That's right.
I got loot boxes.
It'll be yours.
Winton!
Winton.
Meddo.
Okay, let me try. I'm gonna queue as DPS.
Okay.
Because I want to show people the new hero.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Actually,
I'm not very good with her, but she's fun.
and she'll get MVP. Oh, yeah, there's the monkey.
Girl, don't. I can't.
Monkey. Wait, hold. Entering Bractus range. Wow! Oh. Don't right.
Right.
Right. Oh, okay. So how do I... Ooh, I see. That's fun. Gotcha. So it's kind of like at the base. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha, that's fun.
Gotcha.
Hold. Right, right. Right.
Right.
Right.
Love that, me.
Love. Love that.
Let's destroy them.
I gotta practice that.
Oh, here we go, girl. I
Here
need to
we
knock this character
go.
in so quickly. Rialto! Best
Wait,
map.
it's me. It's me. So you can have it.
Oh, good. Rialto is the best map in the world.
And why is that?
I don't know. I don't. There's something about it I just love. The vibes, the atmosphere, the structure.
I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine. And a
And a pizza.
pizza.
From
love-
the Domino's Hotel.
I got a message around Christmas from Gran, and it was a screenshot of that scene in Home Alone. And she was like, wait, this is from the movie? I'm like, yeah. What? Yes, it is. Of course.
Girl, I didn't know it was in the movie. That
Yeah.
actual. I thought he was just riffing and being funny.
No. That's.
Oh no, why are we defending? I don't want to defend.
I don't want to fan. I don't want to defend.
I want to be a sassy attacker. I just want to live.
I just want to live.
Look, it's the strangest spot I've ever seen. That's all I'm saying.
Strangeness is in the eye of the beholder.
Of the beholder.
Heard me. This is so awkward.
Right, I'm
Right.
ready.
From above. You astound me. I wish violence never solved anything. It would make peace so much easier.
Tara, so what if we win?
Right.
Right.
They have a cat. I can hear it.
That's so funny.
It's going meow, 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 meow. Okay, watch. I'm gonna lock onto this cat. I missed. Completely. Oh, girl, this cat.
The
This
cat can drag
this
people?
cat. Okay, good. Girl, the cat.
Oh, do I have to be... Oh, wait, you're hit scan number.
Oh, I want to kill that cat so bad.
Oh, I can't.
Oh my god, they're doing so much damage. Go to the cat. Oh, I got him. I tagged him. Where is he?
Do I have to go hit scan? Or can I stay?
Oh my god, I actually tagged that cat.
That cat's nasty.
Oh, not me missing. Oh, the cat. Oh, the cat.
Oh.
Oh, the cat. Oh, the cat. Mama, the cat.
Girl. Are people aware of the cat?
Oh. Oh, I see the cat. I see the cat. It's lurking.
Where's the cat? Okay.
Got you. Yes! Oh, mama. Yes!
Where is that loser?
Who's here?
Nice.
No drone for you.
Solo Alton on a Friday. Love it.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Cooks me up. Ooh. Life
Oh my
trip.
god. Girl, what the hell?
Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah.
Oh, I missed
I'm
her.
dead. Yeah, it's Friday for me, innit? Oh, this whole time I was muted. I was talking this whole time. Can't keep a mad lad down.
Oh. Oh, God. I died, unfortunately. Oh, Dat Boy's on the other team again.
Yeah.
He is that Dat Boy. Coming back, mama.
god, I'm itchy.
Ooh, my ult.
Dead. Ping.
I almost had you. Ooh.
Such perfidy
Oh no.
cannot go unanswered.
Woo!
Feel like stopping the payload?
Woo! Help me, Lord! Oh my God!
I just solo ulted that boy.
Dat boy!
Stop the payload.
Oh, I'm gonna die. That was silly of me.
Damn!
Oops.
Oh, that.
Oh god.
Oh my God, the way she's won!
I'm trying.
Not a single kill, damn!
Enemy here.
Oh! Oh my
Ana,
goodness!
Ana. Ana's low. Nice.
Ooh. Oh my God, where am I going? I sometimes forget her shift move. It's not an escape thing. It's like, you gotta set it up. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Where? Oh my God.
Oh, I'm...
Yes! Oh my God.
God, I was 3 HP.
Oh.
Keto.
I got that
How you
inner.
doing?
I got that inner though.
Buckle my shoe.
I got deleted.
To do.
I still think we can
Doom, go.
stop the payload.
Go Doom, go! Get on it! Well.
Anyone feel like stopping the payload?
It's not gonna go well.
I'm so bad at hitting the skill shot.
Love solo ulting. Favorite thing in the whole world.
Oh my God, not me. Why am I throwing my shift in?
Exactly, Terrell, yes. What did you eat last night, Keto?
I quit.
Oh, hello.
Enemy here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Stopping the payload?
Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Whoa!
Oh no.
I can't. The dart is so hard to hit.
Not good, not good.
My ultimate is we need to stop the
Get out of the point, get out of the point!
And I died. I believe in everyone else.
Oh. Mercy.
You getting healed?
What the hell was that? No, did
Oh.
we see 9?
What?
No, we were not on the point.
Oh, I thought the tank was.
So sad.
Not close enough, I guess.
Oh,
I thought that was you.
no, it's not me. I was not very good. I was kind of flopping my aim everywhere.
I flopped. Some cheese.
Oh, that was. Oh, this is where we got deleted.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going back to Wugang. I did my showcase of the new hero. She's good,
This is fun, this new little screen.
right? Okay, I'm gonna queue us up.
Let me open my loot box.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, cute. Streetwear. Cute. Yes, Kido. Yes. Twins! Twinning! Led, I think, guys, it's been back for a hot minute, right? Like a year? More? Talk to me. You can't buy them though, right? You just earn them? We're so
The
back.
Bluetooth device is connected.
I think a year? I know, Led. I only re-downloaded recently. I played 6 months ago. Wait, guys, are you down? I think this is our last game, depending. Are you down for some chill yaps and Faz after this? Are you down? I do want to play this. Don't get me wrong, I do. But because everyone is playing it today and I won't be able to like do a long cap, I thought I should save this for like next stream so we can just commit to making all the characters. If you have any suggestions too, put them in the Discord. I want to make characters. I want to make all the characters. Maybe Mel, I don't know. Judging, Gran could be excited and do 2 more. If we don't tell her the time, she might get distracted. So if we have a really good game, we might be able to squeeze in another game. But if she sees it's been 4 hours, she'll go. So don't say anything. Faz and Yaps, I'll get my snacks. Yep. Yeah, I haven't played that yet, but apparently it's pretty sick. After this though, whenever Gran does leave, I will get a sandwich of some sort because I'm starving, and then we'll do Faz and Yap so I can actually talk to you before the weekend. Because I can't yap as much when I'm playing Overwatch and talking with Gran. Thank you again, everyone. I know there's a lot of support that happened during Overwatch and I was screaming thank you. But thank you for all the gifted subs, the biddies, the lurks, the yaps. Yeah. Little Sammy, then Faz and Yap. How fun does that sound? Yeah, I'll make some food. Potentially a chicken burger, which means I will put it in the air fryer and then play like a round of Faz and then put it together. Little Sammy, then Faz. Oh yeah, I'm excited. Big week, and then next week will be more Faz. Sorry, more Faz, Tamagotchi, Red Dead. We'll see what Gran says. The funny thing is, Gran will need to do. You know what we could do? We could do like rotating weeks because we still need to do some DBD for the creator program. So unless next week we do like both. Oh, and a Gran Faz stream. Yes. Girl, we need to play Faz together soon.
Oh yes, I do love a Faz.
No, but I'm learning it and I have good tools, so we'll have lots of fun.
Has it changed?
Yes, you like it. Better than Demonologist. I used to die on the Demonologist hill, but that also has a new map too. Oh, gameplay.
I just found the part. Oh, I was watching my Do you know you could watch replays in this?
Yeah.
Oh, girl.
What do you want?
None of these. Random, please.
I'm so hungry. I'm gonna make a chicken
How is
sandwich.
the stream
bitch.
over in 15 minutes? What the hell? 20 minutes?
No, that's
The
2
hell?
games. That's 2 games.
No, I don't mind. I'll keep going. What? Queen Street? We're going to Canada. Okay, we're going to Canada.
Tara, I'm excited. Full Tamagotchi screen
You
next
and me
week.
healing.
Screen.
Let's do it.
I gotta make all my characters. I'm gonna make a list of people that I want to make. We gotta make Marge. Gate of Hell. Oh, great. I miss Midnight Ghost Hunt, by the way, Gran, so much. I wonder if people are playing that.
Oh my god, so do I. I told you I saw a clip the other day that came up in my memories of me turning into a door and slamming on a hunter.
Yes.
God, and remember, do you remember in the graveyard? We used to go gargoyle.
I'm feeling right as
We had the strat, remember? We used to go into the basement and all become objects and hide.
Yes.
And then we would, what would we do? We would poltergeist them with traps.
Mm-hmm. And lamps
And then at the end of
stuff.
the round, we would turn into gargoyles and
Yes.
swipe down on them. Oh, we were so cunty.
A Shrek.
Also, I love that, was it the high school map? And you could turn into a disco ball.
I also miss being bent over like a hog.
Okay, Carla.
What?
That was one time, and you terrified that person. They left a message on the Steam page saying, I liked this game. Until I played with this one girl who said I got bent over like a hog.
That's not what
They
happened.
couldn't play it anymore.
That's not true.
Traumatized.
That's not true at all.
No, it's just, yeah. Well, you know what?
Miasma.
What the hell?
Can we
Wait.
play Midnight Ghost Hunt?
Hey, you wanna hurt me? Uh-oh.
Ooh, dead.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Shrek and Terry. Oh, I'm gonna make you in Tamagotchi life.
Oh, that hook just missed me. I'm fighting for my life.
Guys, Terry,
Fighting for my life here.
Shrek, Granny,
Oh, Lord.
Homer, Marge,
Girl, if I had a dime.
me.
If I had a dime. So we're gonna sing a Roadhog, which means it's never gonna die. Ever. We're gonna be here till next week. We are family. Got all my sisters with me.
He's solo the Roadhog.
Nice.
Nice.
Good comms.
Nice.
We are family.
Pushing the robot.
I got all my sisters with me. Life is fun, it's just begun.
Soloing a hog in this economy? Oh, Arthur Morgan. True.
Oh my god, Arthur Morgan in Overwatch? Girl, the way I was like, someone's behind us. It's the robot.
Not me. The Roadhog by myself.
Oh, bitch. Oh, no. Wow. We didn't even bat an eyelid at that. Tell you what.
I tell you what.
I tell you what.
Oh, baby's gonna die. Batty. Or whatever his name is.
Absolutely
I
not.
thought it was baby.
We are family. I got all my sisters with me. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I hit her midair.
I just attacked the Roadhog again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, I deserve that death. I was being so mean to that Roadhog.
Oh. I got thrilled.
That was funny. Time again to try again.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What?
okay.
What just happened?
Oh.
That round was like a second long. Look at the teacup. Oh. This character is so hard to kill as Wu Yang.
Really?
Yes, because she goes under the ground.
True.
She avoids all of my stuff. Oh, oh. See, look, like, what am I supposed to do?
Jesus.
Oh. My goodness. Come on, Mango.
I'll give you
That was so
mango. Now
fast.
that's a hog.
Now that's a hug.
That's
a
a hog.
whole hug.
That's a hog that I want to crank, bitch.
Oop.
Bitch.
Corla,
Yeah, baby.
you are something else. I can't.
Boy,
I think about the fact you thought it was me, and it was a random person that you said
I
that to.
I know.
The proximity voice chat in that was so much funnier too, because I could hear you around the corner saying it. So I was like, Carla, that's not me.
Guys, if you're
Like,
missing
what?
context, in a game where I was basically getting healed by someone, I thought it was Granny. And I went, oh, why am I bent over like a hog? And then Gran's like, I can hear you from around the corner. I'm like, that's not you? On proximity chat, I said that to a random as they were cranking my hog.
Not good.
Not good, guys.
Have faith in you and the things we do.
Carla's Roadhog. Yeah, it was a time, but it was really funny. I can't wait for that game to come out. I want to play that with you, and I'd play Midnight Ghost Hunt again with you.
Yes.
I
would
know,
live.
I know it's not ideal, but I really miss Midnight Ghost Hunt so much.
No, I do too. Is it still going?
It
The server
is.
still up?
It is. The last update was like 9 months ago, but there is a new map. I'm sure some grandkids and some pals can come in.
When did we play that? How many years ago?
Oh wow, last played November 23, 2023.
What? 3 years ago. 2.5 years. I'm telling you, as a streamer, time
Time
feels
doesn't
weird.
exist. What do you
Like, the
mean
fact
we
that-
played that 2.5 years ago?
I don't believe I've streamed for 7 years. That doesn't feel...
Oh yeah, bitch, it's my
Correct.
9 years in Jan.
What?
I'm edging
9
closer to 10.
years?
Yes.
9?
9.
What? Oh, mama.
I know. I hope I make it to
Mama.
10. That's my goal.
Oh, you will.
I hope so. That's crazy. Double dig. I basically streamed my 20s away.
But, like, what a good use of time.
I know, 8.5
You know.
years.
8.5 years.
Yep. Tara, I remember that. That's so funny. Calm down. I know.
Happy
30th and 9
another game we used to
years.
play a lot.
When's the last time we played Demonologist? That'll be funny. I'm gonna guess 2020.
Demonologist? We played it last year.
Let's see.
I swear we did.
Okay, you're right. Oh yeah, we did our tradition of Halloween 2025.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, Halloween, I'll definitely do Phasmo.
Well, we should do Phasmo earlier. There's an event coming out. It's like an Alan Wake thing next month.
Alan, wake up.
Wake up, bitch.
Alan, wake up.
What are we?
Oh, Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale. I don't want to go. No, I don't want to go Antarctica. I don't want to go to Antarctica. I'm so tired of that map. I know we get 100 points. I just don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Ooh.
Oh, it's got a lot of points. Oh no, I'm so nervous.
Yay!
Yes!
Yes, bitch.
Oh, I know people are mad. They're on Twitter right now.
They're on Twitter. Welcome
Let's see,
to Circuit Royale.
can we have a moment for the music in this game?
Yes.
It's so good.
I used to do this thing with Jeffy with before any map loads, we guess if they're going to go now arriving or welcome. And it's really fun
I love it.
to guess.
I saw on TikTok this girl when she's studying.
Mm.
She plays the Midtown music on loop
Oh,
because it's that good.
okay.
It's really good. There's another one that's good too. Oh, Paricio with the Brazilian music. Oh,
Ooh, yeah, that's good.
but it's like.
I'm happy
the
you're here
whistle
too.
noise.
We're going to do Faz next, I
Yeah,
think.
you know the one. Yeah, well, Jane. Yeah, well.
With each
Wow.
step, my burden lightens.
Oh, I like Numbani too. When there's a lady in the background, she goes, ah, wah, wah, eh.
Oh, I haven't noticed that. I have to listen
Yes,
to that.
no, I love her.
No, I love.
Hey, y'all. It's Paraiso. Okay, girl Jane. Oh, oh. Oh. What do we have, a diva? Okay.
A diva. Oh,
How did my wave miss her? What?
I tried to heal. Oh no.
That cat is low. Jeez, my lord.
Miasma.
Got a damage going on. Oh, they have a Wu Yang too.
Out of mech.
Get her ass. Oh my god, she was so low.
She was so low.
Ooh.
Hi, Carly.
Diva back in the game.
Is this easy mode?
That plane is so offensive.
I know.
So toxic and bad.
I love it though if I'm doing like something shitty. If I've like fucked up, I'll just say it.
God.
Our diva's out of mech.
Oh my god, I ran into that. Oh, I'm fine. I
I'm out of
lived
love.
somehow.
Set me free.
I'm alive somehow. Got me pack. Got me pack.
Yeah.
Oh, she's so low.
What's up?
Ugh.
Oh, itchy, itchy.
Hello. Oh god. Yes.
Oh.
Got her.
Oh, it worked. Okay.
Oh, monkey. Monkey. This time. Monkey, where are you going? Monkey, please.
Oh, come on, get her. She's low.
Cat.
She's low, please. Oh. Hi, dog. I know Overwatch and Faz
Yes.
today.
Oh.
It's actually been fun. Would you
Oh.
want another Overwatch stream, guys? Has this been fun?
Oh.
I know I'm learning. I'm not like the best to watch, but still. I'm coming. I'm
Girl,
coming.
I'm healing you. I'm sorry. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, retreat, retreat.
Retreat! Oh, the cat.
Oh, the fucking cat.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Liz.
Try me, bitch.
Yeah, we gotta combine. Wait, Gran. 1 week
She's
we have
resing, she's
to.
resing.
Oh shit. Wait, hold.
Got her again.
1 week we have to just do custom matches of everyone in our community.
Oh yes. That would be so fun.
Yes.
Oh, monkey.
Monkey. Nice. Seems like she nerfed no one.
Seems like you nerfed no one. Oh, the cat. Got the cat. Oh, that Wu Yang is so low.
I'm gonna die.
I got you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh, they're gonna. Yep, out of mech. Yes, bitch.
she's so low. Yes. Yes. Oh my God, Slay.
You're
I
so
killed the
great. I
jetpack
have
guy
no
around
one.
the
Fuck.
corner.
My bad. I thought they were all there. My bad. We'll still get a kill there.
Oh, she messed up. Oh, oh, yes. Yes.
Oh no, I shouldn't be in here.
You're a little stressing me out just a little bit.
Oh no.
Oh no, oh no,
Uh-oh,
it's coming for me.
uh-oh.
She's coming for me, he's coming for me, they're coming for me. Shit, I misgendered them. Fuck, 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 shit. Winston.
Winston, come back. Oh. Oh fuck.
Wu Yang. What the hell is that? Cat.
Not you saying where is that cat? That's so funny.
Ah.
Hakuna.
Oh, oh, oh.
My tata.
My tata. Oh.
Got him!
Yes.
Yorks_yo_socks just resubbed for 11
Oh.
months. Help is on the way,
Help
dear.
is on the way,
Carl's
dude.
kept.
Thank you,
Winston.
doll. How are you? Oh, I'm
Winston,
intimidated.
please!
Great.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh no, babe.
Winston.
Winston with a Y. Oh no, Winston.
Oh my God, that
Winston,
way.
I just gave you an orb.
Cat! Cat!
Can people stop moving when I give them orbs? Oh.
Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. I'm running. I'm running. For my life.
I'm trying to run. Oh.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Go away. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
The Bluetooth
girl.
device
Receive
is
the wet
connected.
orbs. I've heard that so much this week.
There's something about Wu Yang's like sounds. It sounds like a Bluetooth speaker getting connected. It's like whoop. Oh no, there's
Oh.
more. Oh!
I nearly got the cat. Nearly.
We slayed. Not me with 23 kills.
Yeah, always.
Not this. Oh, we're going in, mama. Oh, Winston. That cat.
Oh!
Oh, sorry. I should have been healing.
No, it's okay.
But I just can't stop killing.
Oh, we should have won that. They're all dead, right?
Oh, yes, we're winning. Cat! Oh my god, I killed that cat like
Hi,
4 times.
Leopard!
Mama.
How are you, Dom?
Every time Grant says Wu Yang, I think she's trying to say Moo Dang,
Oh.
girl. Ah, Moo Dang.
Real. Real.
The way that Winston stressed me.
I feel like we're the strongest when we're two supports.
Yes. Oh my God. This. Wow.
Mm.
Oh. Well, didn't get me.
Everyone better vote Puddle. I'm telling you. 19 players saved. Move your vote. Move your
No,
vote.
because 26 kills. I got as many kills as the Winston.
Yes. I'm gonna need one more vote to you. Never mind.
Do we do one more round or are you done?
I mean, it's up to you, babe.
I could do one more if you
Do
want
one
to.
more, you bitch. Woo!
We're going into overtime, baby.
Yes, bitch.
Come on, one more. We don't, because these Overwatch streams are so rare.
True. Okay.
And drops are enabled. Like, we're doing it at the end of the day. Carla, hold my hand. We're doing this for the community.
Yum.
People want to see this. And
Yum.
they need their drops. Drops are enabled. Subscribing gets you the Winston badge. Get into it. At the end of the day, I'm about the people.
All right. Let's go
At the
then.
beginning of the day, I'm about 5 minutes late.
I might put my schnitzel in the air fryer though. While we're waiting for a game. No, because that way when I'm finished, I can make the burger.
You're always on some like snack adventure. It's always something different too. A schnitzel?
Yes.
I'll live.
Guys,
No, I'll live for that.
Let me live.
Live, girl.
Select a map. Welcome to Hollywood.
Yeah. That means that we'll be ready to go.
I'm so excited for Hollywood. I love this map.
Oh, yay.
This is one of the first maps made.
Wait, when are you moving in?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Guys, that means when I finish Overwatch and I go to Faz, my
I hope you
burger
don't
will
mind,
be
but
ready.
I've hired a bunch of tradies to move everything in.
Perfect.
I hired them from Fiverr.
Fiverr?
Or as they call it in Australia, Fiverr.
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 Fiverr. Guys, I'm keen because I won't have to wait
This
for my
sweater
burger
sleeves
now.
That looks like what?
Attackers incoming.
Excuse me?
Objective A.
Grant, I've actually really enjoyed Overwatch.
It's so fun with friends. You should play with me again tonight when you're done.
Like stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, I messaged you already.
Like message.
I DM'd you.
Like. Oh yes, I want to play.
I have a couple hours in between laundry and stuff. And then I'm out.
Sierra's gun is so loud.
Orb's coming
hear
to
it?
you. Yeah, it's a whole mess.
Girl, you have a gun.
Ooh,
Oh
dead.
no. Someone's coming around the side, I think. Oh.
I can smell my burger.
No!
Good, everyone's dying.
Okay, stay behind the tank. We got this, mama.
And Orb's coming to you, baby.
Who is up there? Stop it. Stop shooting.
Oh.
Let me get them out. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! There was 17,000 people up there.
Oh, cat in here.
Not good.
Oh god. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Where's my team?
I'm coming, love, I'm coming.
Oh, I was alone.
Go, 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 go.
Everyone left me.
No, what the hell?
That fucking cat.
Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I got stuck on something that's so embarrassing. I could have got abuela. Abuela means granny. Do you think I just fell out of a coconut tree? I know every translation of the word grandma. You know,
Oh.
I vivo en la biblioteca, okay? I
Real.
don't want to hear it.
Real.
Tengo tres salchichas. Me gustan las películas de terror.
See, I'm so hungry.
El sacapuntas de muerte. Agua de queso.
Solo ulting, my favorite.
You love a good solo ult, girl.
Yep.
Oh, he got pulled. Huge. There's a cat behind me.
I love that we're saying there's a cat behind us now.
Like, I don't think anyone ever uses the full name. Jetpack cat? Jetpack cat? Jet the cat.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, nice. You missed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god, there's so much damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh.
what if I hid? He
Oh.
saw me. You led him to me.
No, I didn't.
You traitor.
I did, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay. I had my mobility move ready to go.
Woo!
No, please don't target me.
Haha, we killed each other. Fitty Ginger. That's so funny. I'm gonna
Oh,
pretend
wow.
like we're friends.
What just happened?
I don't know,
how
but
we
we're
won.
different.
Okay. Well, you know what?
Well,
This is like that round on Junkertown
hi people.
where it was just outrageous.
A fuck ass cat, bitch. How is your food, Liz?
Cat? What is our tank's name?
Chode lover. And how? Woo! Quadruple kill!
Stomping up there. Someone's up there.
Sorry.
Someone's up here. They were.
Oh, they are.
Where are they?
They're right here. That's funny. They were just chilling there.
Oh! Oh no.
Quadruple kill.
Oh no. What?
Now I'm about to.
Domino?
Hi, watch it.
Oh, I got stuck.
I
on
love
a
how
wall. I
many
keep
more
getting
remains
stuck
we
on
have in
shit.
here. Oops.
She did so much damage. Oh my god. What's the cat's death noise? Wow!
That's crazy.
Go in, Symmetra, go in, Symmetra, go in. No! That's so unfortunate. How did... What? Get that cat! Get that cat! Yes! Oh, there's someone else up there.
Really, another one? Damn. It's so sad seeing a
Get
dead
around the
cat.
corner. I know, but like, not that one.
Yeah, true. That one's an asshole.
The cat's a murderer. El gato de la muerte.
Hello, gato. Thank you, guys. Isn't it a
Oh,
like,
no. Girl, the way she brought Domino with her, that was actually terrifying.
Someone from behind. Someone's up the top.
Oh. Oh.
They're up the top.
Oh god. They're so loud up there. Calm down. Jeez. Cat?
Nice.
How did it die?
I don't know, but I can hear.
Symmetra just used a beam on it? What?
Finn! That's cute.
So slay. Oh, there's the cat. Oh, she really ulted that cat. And you know what? She should.
Oh, guys, come on. I mean, it's clear. It's clear. Yes!
Mama, you did so much healing.
I did kind of do some DPS Moira as well.
No,
but
you
know,
ate.
sometimes you
Can
gotta
we do
just.
one more or no? No, we...
Babe, it's up to you. Let's keep going.
I'll go again. I mean, this is slay.
Go again then, babe. I'll make my burger while we're
having
queuing.
fun.
All right, let me just make my burger, because it should be ready now. Guys, really popped our pussy.
No, because we're flopping and slopping and popping. That's what we're doing.
Got my burger.
Vote for Watchpoint Gibraltar. We do not want to go to a push game.
Yes, okay.
Thank God. Thank God.
Mmm.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Prepare
Mm.
attack. Select your hero.
Now,
Oh, mama. Oh!
what?
What are we drinking?
Mm. A soda with a chicken burger.
What kind of soda is it?
A cola.
Oh. What brand?
The red can, baby.
Like a Coca-Cola?
Yes, but wait, hold. Have you tried Pepsi Vanilla?
No.
Mmm.
Oh, that sounds good.
I didn't think it would be. I'm not a Pepsi girl. It's actually delicious.
Do you remember when Vanilla Coke came out in like Oceania? It was a big deal. We were like, wow. We don't have cherry Coke, do we?
No.
Sad.
I made the chicken in the last
It's
game,
American.
and then I put all of it together.
American off here.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, we have what, a Deaver? They have a cat.
Spot the payload.
Another cat. Oh, they're nearly dead back there.
Yes! Bastion's dead. Huge.
Nice.
Dead. Where the hell is some health? Where did it go?
The cat.
Girl, I want that cat. Oh, Quentin. I'm hitting the cat. Cat's dead. We should go up. She is dead.
My bad.
Oh. Tank's here.
Oh, the
Cat's
tank
here.
is literally here. Got him.
Oh. Girl, she's after you. Oh my god. Our team is all in that room. Got the cat.
Nice.
Oh my god. Wow. We did that without a tank.
Oh.
By the way.
And I took bites on my burger.
Get the ball.
That cat.
Trying to get him.
Nice.
Oh! Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Nice.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh. Oh, oh.
Oh.
Get that cat. Yes!
Oh no.
Love that. Oh, huge meow in the chat.
I did nothing, but you know what? It's alright, bitch.
Oh. It's the way that we forgot to push the party.
Yeah, my bad.
Come here, baby.
Double kill.
Oh my goodness, we're slaying.
I'm not really doing much, but I'm here.
No, you're amazing. God! Hit me right in the throat! Nice. Oh, mama, it was terrible. They tried to drown me in the ocean. Yes! Oh, she got me. She got me, gal. She got me, gal. What did Larry say? You know when you can tell from first fight how this game is gonna go. Yeah, well.
And then we die, so, I mean... Don't open your mouth.
Ever.
You've jinxed it.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Try to hit her. Every shot. Uh-oh. Not good. Huge.
Team
Huge.
kill.
Oh, cat? Is that the cat?
Look at that.
Where's the cat? I don't see it.
Deb.
Huge.
Victory.
Enormous. Large. Gigantic. Massive.
Play of the game.
Winton.
Aw, poor Tang.
Their tank didn't suck.
The whole team did.
Oh, mama, that was my kill. Why did he get play of the game? I killed the cat.
I'm joking.
I'm joking. Okay, that was my last one.
No, it wasn't.
That was a slay. Was I at the top damage? I was... Yes, I was. What the hell?
One
no,
more.
you were, Carla.
Was that?
Then me. But that was I got a stupid amount of eliminations.
You should
Every
play one
time
more.
I saw that cat, I was like, it's on sight. You're targeted.
Ready up,
Get
babe.
targeted. Okay, girl, that was my last one.
No, one more.
You want to do one more?
Mhm.
Are you joking?
Babe, I'm here, aren't I?
Okay, one more.
I ate a burger during that.
One more! We go again, one more.
Mhm.
For LOLs.
And here it starts. No, it's a big deal. You can tell Gran's really enjoying herself today because she's 30 minutes
Overwatch
over.
is so fun.
Is this the
Also
fourth
fun-
one more? That's so funny.
Yes. Well, also, it's not every day that a game makes a character with water powers that, like, you can kill people with. It's so fun to me.
I don't know why that sentence was so funny. It's not every day a game makes a character with water.
It just isn't.
Fair.
It just isn't. And, like, I don't know why. It's so fun. I love water. I love the concept.
Choose your mouth.
Okay, I want to go to Paraiso. Paraiso? I don't care about Antarctica.
Hi, God. Or should I say Bells? How are you, doll?
In the game. Oh! Okay, listen to the intro music. It's so good.
I love it. I know exactly how it sounds.
Now traveling to Paris. Prepare
The
your
whistle.
defenses. Select your hero.
Oh,
It
Mama,
is
we're
fun.
on defense.
Reversing Fiddy Ginger again.
Excuse me? Who were they on the other team?
The last two teams, yeah.
Wobble waddle, big flaps. Big
We're
flaps.
doing one more Overwatch, guys, and then we're gonna play Faz. Are you down?
Everybody have their boots on tight.
Abs true. It is fun when that happens. I'm actually very surprised. I was so nervous for today, guys. I was like, oh no. What if I don't have fun? What if I'm bad? What if it's awful for everyone? But I think it's been surprisingly good for everyone involved.
My burdens as best I can.
I'm under 200 hours, watch it. I think I'm 180. When I play, I'm obsessed. Like, I'll play for months at a
Okay,
time.
Mama, this is
And
the
then I'll
game.
uninstall it for disk space.
Wizard tank.
Yes, Liz.
Ramatra? Oh, girl, he's all the way up. All the way up. Oh no. What the hell?
Oh, Hanzor.
Oh my. Is almost dead?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't see her. Oh, you better come back.
Oh, watch it. That's cute. I love that.
Oh,
Thank you.
going down that way.
That means a lot to me.
Hanzo!
Yeah, so I have like seasons of Overwatch where I'm obsessed with like getting better and all that jazz, and then I'm like, oh, I need to download a game, I'll delete Overwatch.
No.
Minor per unlocked.
Oh, they have a Mauga now?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Silly girl.
What?
Did they get a team kill?
The cat tried to kidnap the Ramatra while he was ulting.
Persecuted.
And Ramatra's ult like kills everything around him, so it just died.
Oh. Yo, Sushi, I always
you put that
delete
cat- Oh
Overwatch
my
when I need,
God.
because I needed to download Red Dead.
That's terrifying.
So when I'm done with Red Dead, I'll
Oh, no.
uninstall that.
Cat! Kill the cat! Kill the cat! Kill that cat! Mauga is behind us now?
My ultimate is ready.
Uh-oh.
Carla. Oh, oh. Oh my god. A flying salmon.
Yeah.
Through the air.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, Zarya, no! Fine. Yeah!
Find cover and hold. Almost won.
I gotta heal. I'm getting too bloodthirsty.
Wow. Oh my god.
Well.
Oh my my god, we destroyed them. Jeez.
Play of the game.
Sinful.
Sinful. Oh my god, I'm getting
Destroy them.
endorsed. 3 endorsements.
That's where she got kidnapped by the cat, please. Why did the cat do that? I can't.
Epic.
One more bit. That was too quick.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree. That was too quick. That was way too quick.
Abby, that's really cute.
It was like 2 seconds.
Thank you. That means a lot. I'm trying my best. A new video is up
By
too.
the way,
You're right.
Overwatch drops around. And if you subscribe to Carla Ormi while playing Overwatch,
Oh,
you get a Winston badge
Striker.
on Twitch.
You're
A little
adorable.
monkey.
How was the drive? I'm guessing good. Since you said it was a pleasure. Yeah, I'm this week was interesting. Like I played Faz and I'm playing Overwatch, for example. Like I know I'm kind of I didn't play a lot of Red Dead like I said I would. Whoopsies, my bad. But like I don't know, I'm just kind of some days I really just like committing to what I yearn for. You know? And I really yearned for Faz this week, and I was a bit nervous for Overwatch today, but this is so much fun. Oh my goodness. So thank you also for showing up for Overwatch, guys. That is so lovely of you. I think we're on normal OCE watch it. I think. Oh yay! School holidays too. Yep. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of play what I want. Like, for example, I do want to play Tamagotchi, but I want to make characters and zone out and take my time. And I can't take my time today because I'm just not in that creative mindset. Not in a bad way. I just know that Faz and talking with you guys will be better. You know what? Virgil, it's been really fun. Like, I didn't even think it would be, not in a negative way. I was just nervous because, like, oh, I'm not the best player. But it's been great. It's been so much fun. Getting out of your comfort zone, I think, is the message for me this week because I've done that twice. Tammy, I brought that out of the vault because I forgot to upload it. So, I think Mondays, I'm going to make it Mondays going forward, which is US Sunday, Aussie Monday. It's going to be a later start, shorter, and then I'm going to do all my edits for the week. That's what I did this week, and it worked really well. I did all my YouTube on Monday, so I think I did 4 to 5 hours on stream, and then I did like 5 hours off stream editing, and then I didn't have to edit for the rest of the week because I did it on the Monday. So I'm going to try that again this week, and if it works, that'll be what I'm going to do going forward. So if I do like a long stream, which I did the other day, yes, I'm behind on other things, but I'm not behind on YouTube because I've already done it. Yes, Liz, here. If you don't have your Twitch linked with Discord, I'll give you a role manually. Just let me know. Belle, that's really nice. Thank you. I'm just trying new things to see what works with my brain. Looked like it worked though. I got 2 YouTube videos up. I got to do more reels though. But at least the reel I did post this week did well. That was very surprising. Very, very surprising. Let me know, Liz, if you see everything. This is a long queue. I'm honestly like just stretching out Grand stream. Grand never does this. This is how obsessed she is. Love it. Love it. Because what's the time? Nearly 12. I'd like to be off stream by 3. Need to do another load of laundry. I gotta do my hair as well. Gotta fix it. Oh my god, not Dynamite playing. Do I have most hours in Moira? Yeah, 31 hours. That's not even that much, really. My top 3. Although I only play Soldier when I feel sad.
Vote for your mouth.
Oh, okay, Liz, I can get this for you right now. Hold. Hold, my love.
I'm voting for random because, like, I don't care about any of these. At the Copa. Copacabana.
Okay, let me know if you see everything now. I gave
We're
you a
going
roll.
to Lijiang Tower.
We'll kick you up in 5.
Now
Yeah,
arriving
Tammy.
at Lijiang Tower.
1 million.
Welcome to China,
Girl,
y'all.
we're the best support duo.
We are. Oh,
Watch me
Gotta go
tank this game, but you know. Watch me lose.
Mama, we're winning.
Okay.
Our minds are shackled.
Get us a tank.
Is the key.
Not as quick as I used to be, but I'm still the fastest gun in the New West.
Gun in the new ways. Hi, Sparkly.
Lovely.
How are you doing?
For a mission, isn't it?
Trying to get some Clunt Arena Divas to play fast with me. Arena Divas. Yum.
Round 1. Capture.
I'm not on Team Power, but they sent me it, which is very sweet of them. I'm pretending I'm Team Power today to do well in my games, but they sent me a customized jersey, which is very sweet of them.
I missed my wave. Oh my god, that was so bad. Oh. No one? No one? No one?
Oh, girl.
Oh, Wu Gang. There's another Wu Gang.
Oh, girl.
Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Everybody needs healing.
Quake,
Oh, the
you're so
Doofus.
far
Oh,
away,
the
Quake.
Doofus, please. Doom, please.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know about Doofus and Domina. It's not happening.
That's rough.
That's rough. I thought I was hitting something every time. How does that?
I'm sorry, there's so much happening.
What? Oh my god, it's not you. What the hell?
Oh! Oh!
Oh no. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh my god! I should
We
have.
can come back from this.
I could have killed her. I could have killed her.
Oh, it says 7 seconds away. That's interesting. Oh, fucking dragon. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ba-da-da-da.
Get in, get in, get in, get in! Oh no!
Da-da-da-da-da.
I died. I died. Not good.
Are we just losing this, or is there a chance?
I think the problem is our tanks might just be testing out Doomfist. He is not securing the kills. I promise.
I'm on the point. I'm about to die. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on.
Watch out, mama.
Was I alone on that point?
I'm also here, but... Oh my god, what? Oh, damn. We saved it.
We saved it?
Yep, we got it, girl.
How?
We got it, girl. We just have to die,
Oh
honestly.
my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. Oh, I'm getting 8. My ass 8.
I got one shot. Oh no! I can't. Oh no!
All right, that's fine.
Oh,
We
girl.
simply-
Oh girl.
We simply
Score 0 to 1.
come back. What if I try being a cat? No, this is not the time to try.
Cat?
I can't.
Well, the thing is that this Doomfist needs a lot of attention. If we're gonna make him work, we need
Is Mora
everything.
okay, or should I be Anna?
Need you and I. Why, we could be twins.
You could probably get away with Anna here because they have a Hanzo and a Zenyatta. So there's nothing gonna dive you. You know.
I might swap to Moira again. I'm just so slow to
Yeah.
get to them.
Damn, he flew.
I'm so slow. Hi, Paige.
Flo.
How are you? Coca-Cola. Okay, I can't see you,
No.
Doom, at all.
Especially if they without a king.
Yep. I think I have to be Moira just to get to the point. Too slow.
Oh no. So you want me?
Ooh, they're strong.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh. Laura, I can see you.
I'm dead.
Here. Oh no. Oh god.
Ooh.
Gonna sneak out this way if y'all don't mind.
Wait, is your birthday today, Paige?
Oh my god. What killed him?
I know what to do, baby.
Oh, I didn't switch. I didn't switch. Oh.
Oh.
Oh god.
Paige, happy birthday!
Not good.
Oh wait, Liz, new name!
Like honestly, at this point,
Ooh. Happy birthday, Paige. Hope tonight's
Oh
so
my God.
lovely. Girl, maybe we shouldn't have played one more.
oh my god. I can't
Damn.
do anymore. I literally couldn't do anymore. I literally couldn't
Damn.
do anymore.
That was hard. Damn. We tried though. We
I
healed.
could not do anymore.
We
No, mama.
healed.
We did so good.
Damn, that tank was cunty.
Domina doesn't die. She's right. This guy was so good too. I was trying to pressure him because he was killing everybody. Like, look at that.
Damn.
Yes. Damn. Okay, that was my last one.
Yes, you're right.
For sure.
Yeah. All right, baby. You're muted if you didn't know.
All right. Thank you, Carla.
All right, baby.
We'll do this again sometime, I'm sure.
Yes.
I am sure.
Yes,
You
baby.
have a gorgeous... What are you going to do now? You going to do anything else?
I might play some Phasmo.
Okay, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, baby.
All right, sweetie.
Alright.
All right.
Okay, goodbye. This was so fun.
Bye.
See you.
See you, babe. Guys, we
No, into
accidentally...
that one troll that comes in that goes, "That wasn't my proudest wank."
And I
Alexa, play This Is the Life by Hannah Montana.
stand by that. I stand by that. Oh my god. That wasn't my proudest wank. Thank you, Abs. Faz and Yap time. Thank you, Dole. And happy birthday again, Paige. Okay, let me do this. Now I can yap your ear off. Sorry, guys. Hate to be you right now. Oh, Ping, we were watching an episode of My Strange Obsession, and this guy was doing this with his car because that's his partner. I think they're just cuddling. I think he was like, and sometimes, you know, he likes to be on top, and I found that image so funny. To me, that was the funniest thing in the world because I was like, they set up the camera and then went, no, go into the car again. No, go into the car again. We should see that. Just smooching. Hi, Seven. He found a new car girlfriend. Yeah. Granny!
This is one of these formats. Let me try another.
Hello, guys. We did, well, I did 4 hours of Overwatch.
Okay.
And Gran did 5 hours of Overwatch. That was so good. Look how happy she is. Swervin as well. Is that a 6 months in advance?
Thank you for the sub.
Say psych.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh my
G
god. I haven't seen a message
underscore
effect in
Swervin
so
just
long.
subscribed.
That's big
Carl's
as
Court,
hell.
Carl's Court, Carl's Court.
Whoa, that's cool. Try effect. Oh my god.
You naughty boy.
Oh god. Liz, thank you
Ping
for the
Ping
message
Chicken Wing has
effect.
gifted a sub to Granny.
Oh my god. Swervin, thank you so much for... it looks like 6 months in advance, but 54 months regardless. Thank you so
Put
much.
your ass away, child.
Ping gifting 3 months to Granny.
Arcane Gay just subscribed. Overwash Gran Bush.
Oh my god. And 37 from Arcane. Guys, okay, random hype train. Gran, thank you for today. That was so much fun. I was so nervous, but it was a hoot. Oh my god. JC, hello, by the way.
I can take your mans if I want to, but lucky for you, I don't want to.
You made Gran work
No, thank you.
OTGG.
Oh god. Liz, thank you. Guys, you know Gran is in the best mood possible when she does 5 hours. Thank you so much for the hype train, guys. Thank you for the biddies, the resubs, the gifted subs.
Thank you for the sub.
I appreciate it.
Put your ass away, child.
Did I close Overwatch? Yes.
Abby Dabby Do underscore 97 just subscribed.
Abby.
Carl's Gritty 2.
Okay, weekend hype train. Guys, Jesus Christ, what's going on today? Something's in the waters.
Take your mans if I want to, but lucky for you, I don't want to.
Guys,
Carla
I can
is my
take him. Be
favorite
careful.
Overwatch streamer now.
AK gives yeah, give me more badges. Tammy needs the shiniest one in all the land. Thank you so much, DJ. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Nia, I'm glad you liked Overwatch. I was so nervous for it. Like, genuinely, couldn't really fall asleep. Bit nervous. And then it ended up being so much fun. Yes, isn't it great? Pepsi Vanilla's so good. Hi, Lachlan. We're having fun today. We just did Overwatch for 4 hours. And now we're just, I just really wanted to yap with chat. So we're going to play Faz. But next week, we're playing this. And I'm making all the characters, including Terry. Did you know Evie? Yeah, of course you did. Gran? You
Put your
sneaky
ass away,
slut.
child.
Granny just subscribed.
Winton. Get that Winton badge, baby. Get that Winton badge. Do you still get it? Do I have to be in the category? Oh wait, do I have to be in the category? I'll change it back if I need to be in the category. Wait, no, you've already gifted a sub though. Fuck. Does anyone need the badge? I'll change category. Fuck. Grand flopped. Fuck. Oh. I want to see it. I want to see Big Winton. That's so random. Fuck. Sorry, Gran. That's my bad. I was like, why did Gran gift a sub? Oh, wait. The badge. Thank you for the sub. Yes!
Put your ass away, child!
Thank you, Doll. Did you get your
Killer
badge?
Tofu just subscribed.
Imagine I play 2 hours of Phasmo with the badge on. With me in Overwatch, and people come in and go, why are you Overwatch? Did you get it, Killer? Thank you. Thank you so much for the hype train as well, guys. I really appreciate that. Ahead of the weekend. This has been a crazy support, guys. Chill out for a little bit, please. Chill out. You literally scammed Grant out of a Winton. I did. Oh. Sorry, Grant. That's my bad. My bad. I don't think I did. Let me click your name. Why aren't they giving you the badge? I'm in Overwatch. Have you been to play with Tammy? Babe, I'll probably play with Tammy. I was gonna do like one solo and then scream Tammy's name and then play with Tammy. Yeah. Liz, that's so funny. No, not Liz going, how many to play? 0. I'll just play with Tammy. Imagine, Tammy, imagine knowing I'm playing with you, right? Going 1,000,000 bits to play with Tammy. Oh, I hate playing with them. Girl. Okay, lock in. How many bits to breathe? Okay. Liz, that makes more sense. Community day? No, community day? No, Liz, get your ass back in here. Sorry, if you need to go, go. But get shit down. So I thought you were making a joke, and I was like, girl, I'm gonna play. Yes, we did 4 hours of it. Whoopsies. Daily. Spirit box, complete objective. I gotta use cursed possessions. Sat. Oh wait, I gotta play single player first. Crowley. Well, I love saying shit down because everyone knows I'm joking. Oh god, Tammy, that was one of the scariest moments ever. It was so stupid. It was actually so incredibly stupid that I fumbled that bad. Equipment manager. Okay. Dots. This is fun. Video camera. Yep. I'm gonna get more salt. That was so scary. Do it again. Let me get my stuff. I'll get some headgear. Oh, I want that. Who made that AI clip of you yelling? AI clip? What do you mean AI? I know, look at the stuff. We're doing it. Oh, I need that. 10,000. Oh my god. Oops. You save 30 cents on your Phasmo purchases? Yes. Yes, Mikey did get a lot of us. I have to turn down my... I have to turn down my thing so he doesn't get me again. That was terrifying. Wait! Take me with you! Thank you for the hype train, guys. I appreciate it. Tammy, does a nurse's station hate me? Be honest. They would hear so much shit from me. They would hear so much ridiculous shit. Guys, I'm going to switch back to Phasmo. Killer, I hope it shows up, doll, because I was in the category for you. Sorry, doll. I'll make a custom Winton badge. Frozen? Loading? Hello everyone, I just saved 30 cents. I gotta show that to Gran. Hi Joe. How are you, Joe? Paranormal sound, video, photo. They know what I like. Debbie. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. I'm gonna bring a photo. Hey guys. That's my queen. It's my Australian queen. Oop. Hello? Was there a monkey paw? You naughty boy!
Burrito0986 has gifted us up to Pudge _ Darfish. Happy 15 months, boo.
Damn it. Pudge my goat! I think it's in here though, I'll come back. Thank you for 15. How are you? Oh, really? Just whenever? Guys, the resubs and gifted subs today have been absolutely mental. I really appreciate it so much, genuinely. Like, I don't know what's in the air, but thank you. It's just very, 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 very kind. I appreciate it so much. Sure, why not? Anything for you, Joe. Let's do it. They're shaking it in there. Okay, I think that worked. Door close? Do I have time to get the thing? That's my dookie air is crazy. I'm sorry. No, I like your nonsense. Keep spouting it. Me when I lie is crazy. Shrory. Is that an orb? Yeah. Okay. Gorbies. The me when I lie kills me every time. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. He's walking. He's walking. Oh. I guess I have to do this. I really don't want to. But we have to. I've got my crew. Are you here? Are you here? Where are you? Alrighty. Hope it's not a rev. Till you get the about to bus message. Where are you? Well, I need sounds. Rev will get me. I want them to make sounds so bad. Talk to me, baby. Oh my god, I thought that was a big foot. I was like, oh. Talk to me, gorgeous. 150 speed Revy on a Bloodborne. I like the other recorder because it shows you where to go. One didn't really do much for me. I turned it off so I can talk to you guys because I feel like the ghost will hunt me if I don't shut up. Where are you? Where are you? Is it crazy that I missed the old recorder? Because I like the directional one. Or maybe that's the one I'm talking about. Maybe that's your one I use. I just realized, the tier 3. Hello? Oh, dots. My bad. Abby, you're true and clue. I can't believe how close to more tier 3 stuff I am. Oh wait. Oh, my sanity hasn't really changed. Oh, the light's been on? Roles reverse Tammy for once. It is super high. I have always had the light on though. I'm guessing no spirit box. We have freezing temps and ghost orbs. Oop. Is it actually a Yuri? I didn't do any of my side quests. But I don't care. Oh.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
He was a bum is so crazy. Calling a ghost a bum is, I don't know, really funny. Where's my recorder? 60. I'm about to die at the camp. Okay. We go again. Solo Nels? Nels? I guess. Fuck. I guess I could try. What's the harm? What's the harm? Let's try. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Guys, do you think this, every time I play Overwatch, I should wear the power jersey? Maybe that's what made me play fine. I'll say fine. We had some good games. We've arrived. James.
This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nels is really big. I'm gonna go out the back. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing Nels Diner. This is a bad idea. What the heck? I'm actually really scared. Esports! That fucking
Who you gonna
alert.
call? Esports.
Mikey.
I mean Ghostbusters.
How are you, Joel? Thank you. Hello? Is it the kitchen again? I just shut my pants. Does that mean it's in there? Not really, it's a ghost event. Oh. Me screaming louder than you? Hey, Bill. Oh. They were... Oh my god. Hate that. The ghost is a little freak. What a freak. Do we think that they're in that room? Is that crazy of me to think? There's a lot of activity going on in there. I didn't bring a tripod. My bad. Oh, God. I don't feel good. I do have my incense, though. Oh, yeah, it's in. Alright, it's not ideal. I don't have a tripod. Alright, we're fine. We are fine. %, not bad. I need some more evidence, though. Okay. Dash! Okay, Gamble! Yep. You're a wiener! Oh, why wouldn't ya? Exactly right, doll. Exactly right. Okay. Let me check if I see any orbs in here. That's really bad camera angle. But I forgot. I forgot my tripod. Hi, Bag! Wow, everyone's winning today. Oh, wait, Tash, I'll take any time with you, doll. Hello! I did 4 hours of Overwatch. This is so slow, but we're gonna do it. Huge streak. Maybe I get some stuff in here. I guess I could check for freezing temps. We're dropping pretty quickly. I'm taking it. Huge. We did a 105 streak this morning. The hell? Now a massive 30. Girthy streaks. Everyone's gambling. Tash started a gamble spree. I guess. How's it going in there? Awful angle. Oh. Or maybe not. Wait. Guys, we keep on winning. It's Friday in Australia. I just really like the ketchup. Like, badly. Where are you? Are you here? This goes to bum too. Real. Yeah, this one's hard, unless it's not in there, but I'm pretty sure it's in there. The EMF went off. I'll try this different angle for the camera. No orbs. Guys, this is confusing. Tasha's... Look at that face. Tasha gonna gamble again? I've got nothing. All I can really do is test salt. I guess I have this as well. Unless it's just a shade. Oh, I was muted before. Tash, I'm needy every day for you guys. Speak on that, babe. Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? Ew. Genuinely hate this. I'm leaving. Like, it's giving me nothing. Like, what? I'm leaving. I'm over it. He's a bum.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Now, how is that a Raju? Nothing happened. God, I guess I could have done dots. No orbs though, guys. 0 orbs. Is that crazy? Wait, I missed Tasha's message. Oh, I'm sorry, Tash. All the good vibes to you, okay? I can understand how that feels a little bit. It's not fun. But all the good vibes to you and your friend as well. We'll be thinking of them. Bliss as well, hello? We're vibing. We did Overwatch and now we're doing some Faz. It was being stinky. I know good and well that Keto is just over Faz, probably with his throat, but I'm about to jump in with Tammy. If you want to join us, I would love to have you. But I know we've done way too much this week, so please ignore this message. Needed the boost? I got you, doll. I got you. I bloody got ya. I woke up naturally so early today, ready for the stream. Didn't you say Fab earlier? Yeah, Kira's having hot boy tummy issues, which means they would probably shit their pants playing, so. Let me have some water. But no, Tash, I got you, doll. Tash, not Mike. Mikey, how much do you pay? I feel like the scratchies in... We call them scratchies in Australia. But I feel like the scratchies over there are crazy. I only ever win like $2 on scratchies when I scratch, which is never. Real gambling. Yeah, Keto's a baddie. Sorry, a baddie with IBS. No, you're fine, Tash. You didn't bring down the vibe, my love. And the pokies are also scams. True. True. 5K? Wow. Yeah, that's fair. Tammy, I'll jump into your lobby, doll. And then I'll go pee. And then we should go forth. Don't pee. Well, can't I pee in the lobby just once? Just one whiz. Come on. Exactly, Chaos. 800, true.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh. It failed. Let me try again. You're bragging. 0.05. Long load. I'm just so like relaxed after all that Overwatch. Connecting? Oh no, Lachlan. That'll get ya. That'll get ya. Yeah, the Overwatch crash is a real thing. Oh, okay. I think it's bugged. I'll relaunch. I will relaunch. I can't believe I played 4 hours of it. That wasn't expected. Tash, we love you! I understand. Life has been tricky. I get it. It's been a crazy year, like, just in the world as well. So, totally normal to feel kind of, tired, flat, along with personal stuff. So, I definitely understand that. Okay, I'll go pee. Well, I'll try and join Tammy and then I'll pee. Oh, I think I did it again. I don't think Tammy had it open. My bad. We're back. Oh. Wait. Oh. Hello? That's so weird. I was leaving the game. Well, okay then. Okay, be right back. Tash, thank you for popping in, doll. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go pee. And then we're so back.
I could take your mans if I want to. But lucky
you?
for you, I don't want to.
Lucky for you,
Go piss
I don't want
girl.
to. Excuse you, doll. You put those bits away, please. This is a dream, except I get scammed every time I gamble. Thank you, Liz. You're too good to me. Okay, I'll quickly pee.
If you lived right down the street, would I ever have to buy more weed when I'm low? That's a no. You walk over, probably bitching that it's so follow its minutes and there's no guys. There's none around for ya. If you lived right down the street, would I ever get my beauty sleep while you're crying? Probably no. If you left a couple over, you'd be by the screen. He's all the things that I like, and none of his on me, Vicky. It don't need to be alright now. Your setting sun won't fall right where you think, don't think? Yeah, Vicky, you always keep me round, but I think God, you don't live next door to me.
Welcome to the BBC. Up next, Peppa Pig's dad gets porked. Find out tonight, will he become Daddy's favourite?
Tasha4CJ has gifted 20 subs. Naughty boy.
It don't need to be alright now. Your setting sun won't fall right where you think, don't think? Yeah, Vicky, you always keep me round, but I think God, you don't live next door to me. Oh, Vicky, it don't need to be alright. Your setting sun won't fall right where you think. Yeah, Vicky, you always keep me around, but I think God, you don't live next door. Oh, Vicky, it don't need to be alright.
You naughty boy.
Your setting sun.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Kiko Chaos.
Yeah, Vicky, you always keep me around, but I think God, you don't live next door to me.
I love when Mia. Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh God. Wait. I was about to be like, I love when your cat responds to you. Oh Jesus. Oh, what the hell? Daddy's favorite played without me? What the hell? Tash? Ping? Tammy? What the? I did not expect that or hear that. Oh my god, did it play? Oh shit. Oh my god. Scatter! Thank you. Oh, it played. Oh, you threw it back? Can you believe that? Is it fucked that the pizza alert is cheaper than Daddy's favorite? Does that make sense? Or did I like, is that stupid? Because I feel like pizza's 40 fucking seconds long. Is that okay? Oh. They're the two most cursed ones. We threw it back! I think Daddy's favorite is the fan fave, I think. Ping, so what I did was... Yes, hear me out. Hear me out. Because people kept saying, what amount is it? And I was like, 40? Because we didn't change it back. And I was like, fuck, we need to change the amount so we hear it. And I changed it. It was going to be 25, but I changed it to 15 because I was like, that's a lot of subbies. And it's a crowd fave. So I changed it. Because it was 40, as you know. It started off as a joke.
I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine, and for breakfast, a pizza.
10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods. Top-notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Straight terror, product of your errors. Pushing culture, baby, got that product you can measure. Drum feather, the one who got the weather. Swerving while I'm
Whiskey screaming is so fun. I thought everyone knew. I thought everyone knew that I changed
Has
it.
gifted 15 subs to viewers.
Well, the candle was so funny. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I read it didn't register. Oh, I thought people knew. I honestly thought people knew. Because people kept saying, I want to hear it. And I was like, it's so expensive. So I lowered it. Oh, no. Oh, I hate this one. Oh, Mikey. Oh. I have to delete this one. It's so bad. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, I know that I'll get through this. No, I can't. That's enough. I hate that alert so much.
I thought this was the one that was the most cursed. It's the one that makes you actually actively cringe.
I hate it, babe.
I think it's because it's one of the alerts that isn't actively tied to something that happened on stream, so you kinda had to put in a ton of effort to actively make it.
Yeah.
This and Hagrid's.
Yeah. I guess that and Hagrid I did make offline. That's a good point. Fuck, I hate it so much. Mikey literally plays it because I hate it with my whole being. I can't delete it. I'll get in trouble. Thank you so much, Mikey. So fucking generous. And Ping, thank you. I thought you knew, because I know it's one of your favorites. I didn't think you'd actually play it, but I did update it. Thank you so much. Tammy for the giant emote. Oh my god, and Tash, if you're still here, thank you for everyone's favorite. I honestly think Daddy's favorite is the crowd's favorite. It has to be. A mourn in private? Chat will write if it's gone true. When you least... What is your actual favorite? I thought pizza was your actual favorite. Wait. What is it? Daddy's? What is your favorite, babe? And don't worry about it. I think it's done. Oh, I'm all the way up. Not me forgetting my own fucking alerts. Ugh. I'm a huge piece of shit. I thank you for playing pizza, babe. You don't have to do anything else. You guys know I love the pizza one. It's just so fucking stupid. Thank you. And thank you again. I wish I heard Daddy's favorite, but thank you, Tash, so much. Writing Solar and Hagrid. Solo. Sorry about that, doll. So much stimming happening. Hello. You're like, yeah, I love playing with Carla. Fucking loser. Always doing something.
You know, I said this on stream even. You were the one getting all the media, and like when I was doing it or when I was playing, I didn't take the time to do it.
See, that's why it works. I couldn't get media. I couldn't get media last game because the ghost wasn't showing up.
Yeah. I have it on 2 heavy. You want to do that? Or do you want me to bump it up?
I don't mind. You always find the third anyway. I don't do anything. Tash, good night, doll. Thank you so much. Also, Nico, surprise. Hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for that. That was really, really, really generous. Thank you, doll. I usually refer to 69. I know. I think this is the most subbies we've had in a day, apart from our subathon, in a hot minute, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. Just, yeah. Oh my goodness. Huge support for the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Seriously. Incense crucifix video. I love the botched shrug. I hate how much I love it too. Thank you for all that, guys. It honestly, like, that was just really lovely. Thank you. We're doing two evidence. By we, I mean Tammy.
Bone's right here.
Oh, a bone. Yippee!
I think the ghost is here too.
Alright, let's see. No summoning circle. No doll. No mirror. Mikey, stop. That's so funny.
Oh, orbs in this tent.
Oh, nice. What is going on today?
All the shorties in the club, let me see you just back it up, drop it down, let me see you just.
We nearly had a triple ditch.
Let me see you just push it
Oh my
up,
God.
push it up, let me see you just
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Yeah.
What the hell?
Wobble baby, wobble. Yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble.
Doggo Reborn has gifted 6 subs. Naughty boy.
What on earth is actually happening today? I don't understand. Bing, don't you dare. How about you return that ass to me? Wait, that's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Mikey!
We can't be stopped now.
Headbang for life.
Ram Mikey has gifted 4 subs.
Oh my god. It honestly is an alert maintenance, guys. You are going off today. I don't know what's going on. Thank you so much. Yeah, wait. Are we close to the fucking Arthur Morgan cosplay? I forgot about that goal. I
don't know if
honestly
saw
forgot about
dots
it.
or if it was throwing
Jesus.
something.
Oh no. I can't find the item. Return that ass to me. I don't know where I was. Don't know where I was going with that. Thank you though so much, guys. Don't be shy. I can't find the item. There's no voodoo doll, there's no mirror, and there's no summoning circle. Maybe on here.
I'd have to look up where everything spawns on here. Where are you?
No, I'm not Power Amy, but they were lovely enough to send me a customized jersey, which is cool. Love Power though. Leah, stay sexy, babe.
Leah VV.
Ooh. Do we capture ghost orbs? Yes.
If it's an actual orb, it's between Banshee and Obake.
Okay. Let me get my handy dandy lantern. Mikey, I get one random long ass neck hair that spawns overnight. I don't know why, like once a year. And I'm like, okay, sure. It just spawns in. I don't understand it. Overnight. And then I have to pull it and go, okay, sick, see you next year. Proper English, back that ass up. Return that ass to me.
Freezing or spirit box? That's between those two. Otherwise, I would have said mimic.
You're so true. That was good.
The fact that she did that when I left. I'm wondering if it's a banshee, and I'm wondering if it's targeting you.
Sorry. I think so. Where's my...
Oh, she tried to hunt too. Oh.
Yeah.
I think it is a banshee.
Where's my camera, guys?
Let me check our average.
Damn it, where'd my camera go? Damn, I missed the crucifix.
I'm bringing a motion sensor for you too. And another crucifix.
Thank you. Thank you, Doggo, again. My absolute goat.
Yeah, that's a banshee. I'm pretty sure. So she's targeting you and going off of your sanity.
Oh.
So the group average doesn't even matter because I just took a pill to get us above 50.
You can't die. Thank you, Doggo. You're the best. Sorry, I just can't believe what happened in the last 10 minutes.
Oh.
Tammy, don't die! Are you good? No!
I just saved 30 cents.
I just saved 30 cents. Thank
Babes,
you,
how
doll.
much did you save?
No! Oh, Tammy, I'm so sorry. Do you have Banshee selected? Fuck. Lullaby, it's brand new. Brand new. That's why. The face at the end. No, I can't believe she said that. Oh no, okay, I'm just gonna go so we can get back into a lobby together. Oh my god. How do we get here?
That one, no, we know that one troll that comes in that goes, "That wasn't my proudest wank."
Where is he? Why isn't he proud of me? I can't believe you died.
It's okay.
No, it's not
I
okay.
already have all my stuff.
Yeah, true.
Yes, it is.
You're right, you're right. Alright, that time of the night.
I'd rather me die and you survive so you can level.
Tammy, you know how that makes me feel awful because I think about all the times you play DBD with me and how many times you die in my hands.
Wait, I think mine's up to date, just saying.
Oh. Next time we play DBD, guys, I'm dying. Tammy's escaping every game. Okay, you have my word.
I play super.
Same chaos, same. Thank you, P.
The word altruistic though.
Yeah, true. I just
So
throw
I
myself.
would want to be the one to. I would want to be the one to like sacrifice myself and save you.
True. That's our struggle. I think we both do the same thing.
Yeah.
True. We could do that with Jeffy as well, and we could do that with Keto and Jeffy if they're down one night, and we do protect the president, and the whole game revolves around Tammy.
Wait, we take turns.
True. We could do that too. Carlos! Hey guys, do you like Cake Boss? Hey, I'm Buddy Balastro from Hoboken, baby. I used to love, I'm gonna say something controversial. When I used to watch Cake Boss as a kid, some of the cakes were shit. Some of them were really bad. They just looked mank. And I think I can say that now. Now, can I make a 6-foot statue of the mayor that's cake? No. So they're doing better than me. However, sometimes his fondant usage just looked like shit. It looked so bad. There, I said it. Yeah, I mean, Buddy Velastro was fun, He was fun. Anyway, 3 unique videos, photo. Okay, cool. Lullaby, wait. Yeah, that's me.
Come on, we need another blood moon.
True. That's so funny, Liz. Fair. Got a wing in here.
Bone is in the dining room, like kind of on the hallway part.
Roger. Yeah, I feel like fondant is gross.
Ghost in laundry room, I think.
Oh.
It's like it wants to be there, but the temperature keeps changing, going back up.
Okay. Phallic cake. I thought I could be less if a lesbo penis tasted like cake. Hey, that's so real. Thank you for admitting that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I knew she was there. Why did that get me? I wish a ghost would do my laundry. Let's put dots up. Yes, Bobby, my soul's never been the same. I wish a ghost would do a lot of things. Me next! Me next!
Touching the cabinets.
Is it my end, Liz? No! It is late for you, right? Stay strong! Stay strong! Are they scissoring? Oh my god, they are! Cute. Good question. Good question. Sometimes in life, You need to. Stay strong. Not looking good. Oh, it's like net. Is it net or twitchy? Not losing Liz. Fuck. Fuck, I feel like pure shit. Ghost writing.
Where are you? How old are you?
An elderly victim.
Hmm.
Hmm.
An elderly victim.
Oh. Well, I took a pill at 60-ish, 70-ish. Would have brought me up to 95.
An
which
elderly victim.
means if it drops fast, it's a Moroi.
Hmm. Crucifix,
May I text?
please. More Roy.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Did it throw something? Elderly victim.
I don't think it's throwing a whole lot.
Damn it. Picking this up. We don't need it anymore. Do something. I'm still alive! An elderly victim. Wait, guys, we gotta remind myself somehow when someone comes in and goes, "How old are you, Carla?"
I don't think mayor, because I think the mayor would have hunted by now. With the light off.
Real. I have to just say, an elderly victim. And not give them any context, and then they won't watch me ever again.
Probably not a Dio. If we were at 50%.
Real? I'll grab, I'll grab a few things. Hold.
Okay. What was the cursed object? I didn't even see.
Voodoo doll.
Oh.
Yes, yes. An elderly victim.
Well, we're below 50, but I don't know how fast it went down.
Uh-oh.
Although we both could potentially be cursed. Because we both heard that.
Uh-oh.
Okay, this goes, if it's a Moroi, it's gonna be very fast.
Good.
I can bring the other Cruci.
Blow it out, babe. A limousine. And for breakfast, pizza. Thank y'all. Oh, it's burning, that crucifix.
I think it is the Moroi. Both of us are down to 20% sanity.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
You wanna see how fast a Moroi is at 0% sanity?
Girl. You want me to die so
So-
bad.
No.
Not in a
You can
bad way, like a
listen.
hee hee ha ha way.
No, I would never. Because I want you to live.
No.
But this is a little
Oh, the
fun
hearing
fact
aids.
about Morroys for you.
Mhm.
So when they respond to you in a spirit box, they put a curse on you. And the
Oh.
only way to cure the curse is to take a pill or like a medication. But it
Oh.
drains your sanity over time, like faster than usual. And when you hit 0, the Moroi is like super fast.
Uh-oh.
We got time. Oh, now we don't.
Bye, Abs.
I'm gonna repel this for you.
Have a stunning night. I'll see you next week.
It's gonna be very fast.
Hello. Oh,
Yep.
should we just go? He's laughing. Oh yeah, where's it?
It's gonna be zooming. Why is he so slow?
I don't know. He did have some moves there. Oh my god. He did do a little speed up. He had some zoomies. Do you still think Moroi? I think you're muted, bestie. I take a photo of him. He seemed quite quick. What do we do?
I blocked you.
Holy shit. Oh! Good thing I didn't overreact. Oh shit, Tammy. No. Hello, doll. How are you? I was so chill, I think.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh.
The money. It looked like your light was on, so I didn't want you to get caught.
Yeah. Oh. It was a Roy. We truly wanted more Roys.
Get all that
Plus
money.
two. My god, so my sound record is 60, but my next one is 55 and 52.
Pretty
Yippee!
good.
Yippee!
Yay, nails.
Kaz, good to see you and everyone. You don't see many Roys these days. But seriously, thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking along with Overwatch. Seriously, being there, that was so much fun. And then chilling with me with some Faz. And all the support as well. Oh my god. Thank you guys. We're playing with Tammy right now, Cass, but we played 4 hours of Overwatch with Gran earlier. Which was crazy. But I loved it. Yes, Bobby. Ooh, Moira's just fun. I like that I can, like, when it's charged off, obviously I can just get away quick. I like picking people off, but also healing. So I like to help with kills too. I don't know, she's just fun. Good all-rounder.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left.
Firelight, oh perfect, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she's just fun. I think I did the most damage as Moira today. As soon as I switched over and just committed to support, there was some Moira games where I was just really contributing a decent amount. So, yeah, I want to practice and get better at other things, but I like when I'm in the zone with her. Can you locate a room with just orbs?
Ghost is in the men's bathroom in the hall.
Ooh. Okie dokie. I'm on my way. I'll take the lot. He's fading fast! Oh.
Oh, turn the power off.
Blow it out. Good night, Bobby. Thank you so much
Didn't write me out.
for hanging. I'll see you next week. Oh.
There was a nest there. Oh, dirty water.
Oh, really?
So this nest had a forest spirit in it. So when you shine the dots on a forest spirit, it has a chance to jump at you, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh, great. Excellent.
So we might have an even faster ghost.
Oh! Guys, did you hear that? Good. Yippee! Seven, I'm obsessed with doing the media. I probably shouldn't, and I should do other things. Ghost riding. Beauty of the Ghost and Sanity. Show yourself. Go on, I dare. Oh, he's throwing.
Hasn't really touched anything, I guess. Where are you? How old are you? Oh. Oh no, UV.
Hmm.
Are you friendly?
In a tragic death.
Oh. Wait, it's the same combination again.
Hmm. I'm gonna find the bone. But I also need to see the ghost. Well, me.
Oh, your sanity is low.
How low?
18.
Ugh.
It could be another Moroi.
Hmm.
What's the test speed?
Give me a little.
Oh, what is it doing out here? Oh my god.
Oh wow.
It's throwing stuff on the wall.
It did start hunting from the hallway, I think.
I got a ghost event. I haven't had a hunt yet.
Oh, okay.
There is a ghost event where it spawns and runs at you.
Want to see it?
You can
No,
repel it if you
hello.
want. I have 2 incense. Let me just...
How are you? Oh
Okay.
wow. Okay.
When it starts charging, I'll repel it here, and you can record it, and then we just hide behind this vending machine.
Okay.
I already have my light off, so...
Okay. Never wanted a ghost to hunt so bad.
Actually, it's not a Moroi.
Bad news. It didn't save. Oh, that's even worse news. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. God. Oh, golly.
One of these fire masks.
Jojo! Hello!
I think it's a goose. Okay.
Hello, hello. Oh, golly. Hi, guys. Not Dio, not Moroi. Okay.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away,
hello,
child.
Jojo. Thank you for a year as well.
Jojo says
Hi,
Bree
guys.
just subscribed. Oh golly.
I am finally, after a measly 60 hours across 6 years, I'm finally taking the time to properly learn Phasmo. It's been a journey. I'm nearly at tier 3 items, which is exciting. But yes, here we are. Here we are. Thank you so much for the raid. And thank you for a year. How are you guys? My name's Carla. I'm from Sydney, Australia. I'm a Twitch ambassador. And I'm just a variety streamer. Like this morning, we played Overwatch with Granny. That was super fun. We're playing Tamagotchi Life soon. We're playing Phas to end the week. Yes. How do you feel about it, Jojo? You must have known, right? Thank you, Jojo. I appreciate it. That's really nice. I'd love that. I have Tammy teaching me. Tammy always takes the fall for me. Which she shouldn't, but you know. Oh, really? So it surprised you that it's this soon? Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, cool. Hell yeah. That must be so exciting. I love that. I learned from Jojo. Oh my god, the pipeline. That's so cute. I love that. Also, Jojo, please ignore me if you need to be with the family, edit, shower, eat, flop, whatever you need to do. Please don't let me keep you here. I know you do mammoth streams. You are the goat. But thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're fantastic as well. I don't know what... I think we're doing 2 evidence, so I don't really know. Let's have a look. Between Mare and Spirit, you think? While I shut down, but yes. Oh my god, Jojo. Mamma mia. There's no ghost orbs. I don't think it's orbs. I think it's Spirit. Is that crazy? I'm gonna say Spirit. Watch me be wrong. Lukey. I'll play an ad very, very soon. How are you, doll? Imagine it's Mare. There's just no orbs. Yay!
God.
Yippee! But I will say I'm obsessed with doing the side quests. I'm obsessed with getting max media evidence. I just love doing all of it. I have a problem.
I don't call it a problem.
We're just getting things done.
Like you said, it's a talent.
I mean, it's... you said it was a
Yes.
talent.
No, you said it too yesterday.
You're talented.
And I agree 100%. What?
I'm not talented. Was I joking? I never would have called myself talented seriously. I must have been joking,
Well,
right?
I do.
Okay.
And I'm not joking.
I'm not fucking joking. Okay. Alright. We're going back to Tanglewood. Actually, I want to camp. What'd you say?
and then you pick the ghost.
Well, to be fair, you ruled out 2 things for me, and then the obvious was spirit because Mare doesn't have orbs. So I mean, I didn't do much there.
Well, we're on 2 heavy also.
True. You right. Judy.
You might have been thinking of Mimic.
True.
Potential.
All right. Is that video? Yes. Did they update the controls at all in the last year? I don't think so, right?
Not to my knowledge.
So I feel like last time I played, my big gripe with it was the controls didn't feel natural. But now they feel very natural. So maybe I've just been playing it enough to get used to it? I don't know.
Maybe. I actually don't recall any changes.
Yeah.
For that.
I think that was all in my head. Maybe I was used to Demonologist.
Oh, maybe. That's just in the bathroom. Oh, and it's for a toothbrush.
Oh. All right.
Jojo, yes, please.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about... Haven't we been talking about this or another game for so long? I swear we said this like last year about Repo or something. I swear we've always been like, yeah. But yes, definitely. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's so funny.
I'm off till next Saturday, just saying. Oh. The ghost just tried to kill me.
Oh.
Let me see what the sanity is.
Where's the item? I'm so obsessed.
Okay, Jojo.
Yes, too easy. Are we friends on Discord? We can make a...
Carla, it's either a
group
demon
thing.
or a fae or a yokai.
Oh? Oh?
I just tried to hunt and we're above 70% right now.
Oh. Oh, there's the bone. Nice.
Let me get some information.
Oh my god, that scared me, those little tootsies.
We have writing.
Ooh. Yay! Jojo, easy. Thank you, Dole. Thank you for the raid as well. I will see you next time. And have a really good night as well.
It knocked on something. I didn't see UV.
I'll go over here. Yes, please, Sharon Crash. Also, I love your name color. It's so you.
It's freezing.
Oh, shoot. Mamma mia.
It's a demon, 100%.
Ooh. I need sound recorder.
I'll bring another one of these, and then I can,
Do we have salt? Okay. so... I should be doing the recording, but... The sound recording, but I want this instead. Come on, give me it. Give me everything. If you're new here, guys, I am learning Faz properly. It's going well. But what I've learnt is I really like doing the extras. Like I like doing all the media stuff. I have a problem. But it's fun. Jeffy's at work today, doll. Jeffy's not with us.
I took my shampoo. Oh.
I know, we love Jeffy.
Alright, we have one charge left.
Did I get that extinguished? Yes, nice.
I just turn this off. Alright, straight ahead there's boxes to hide behind, okay? You see it on the other side?
Yes. Oh boy. Please make a noise or laugh for me, please. Give me a giggle. That didn't work. Might have to be closer. Damn it.
That's the last of the crucifix.
Okay.
You might be able to get it hunting, but it might kill me in the process if you're
how
okay
about
with
it
that.
kills me?
Also, you've been muted the whole time.
Oh shit, sorry. What if it just kills me instead?
No, no. I have all my stuff. Go, go, go!
Come here, pussy. Oh, sorry, Tammy.
Oh, crap.
Well, I did call it a pussy, so that's my bad. My bad.
Okay, you got demon.
Okay. Demon. You're really just disturbing Judy while she's trying to shit. Well, why is she in the public thing? Oh shit, I'll do it now.
Welcome
Yeah.
back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I tried to block you again.
No, because I wanted to perish.
I want you to get money.
I've got money.
But you could have had 1,800.
True.
And you could have bought more items potentially.
You right. But it's okay.
I have 26k with nothing to spend it on. I'm okay dying.
What a flex, okay. I have 26,000. I'm joking, I'm joking.
And everything unlocked.
True. That's a fair point. Okay, Rich. Yippee. Ooh, wow.
Look at those tier 3s.
Who would have thought? Not me. Okay, Rich. Got a bit of ghosts have afterlife IBS real. Real.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Prepare accordingly.
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason some ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Bruce of Nancy. Parabolic sound.
Phone is in the living room.
Ooh. Okay, I'll get that again. I'll come back.
We have the monkey paw.
What a shame. Uh-oh.
And Ghost is in the kitchen.
Oh. Oop. That was a bad decision. I'll put this here. I'll do my camera. Mi camera. Camera. I'll do. I should probably get this as well. Realistically. For orbs. So we can rule it out.
Turn the timer on.
Ghost orbs.
Countdown to my death. Oh, they're throwing a lot.
Ghost orbs.
Okay.
Ooh, dots.
Banshee? Well, let me see what. That's Nancy. We can't rule out Banshee. Let me talk near it and see. Hello, are you a yokai? Kill me. Kill me dead. Nothing's happening. Nancy?
I want to take a photo of the dots.
Okay.
But I don't know if it will show up.
Here we go.
That count? Yay!
We got it.
Nice.
Yay! I don't think yokai, I feel like it would have hunted by now, because yokai will hunt at 80 or lower if it hears you.
True.
Checking sanity. They would have hunted early also.
So I have no clue.
also hunt early? With electronics around? I'm thinking Yura or Banshee.
Real. What are they throwing?
Ghost just hissed at me. What the heck?
Oh. Is a crucifix down?
Yeah.
I guess I could get soul. Trying to get all that evidence. Because I'm obsessed.
Doggo, to answer the question, yes, but only if it hears you. Other than that, it hunts.
Oh my god. Crazy timing. Wild timing. Today as well, guys. I just looked at the time. I didn't even realize. I'll probably... I'm aiming between 6 and 6.5 hours today. I didn't realize we were getting close to that. I thought I was live for 4 hours. It makes no sense because I did 4 hours of Overwatch. Oopsies.
Oh, the ghost is here.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Wait.
What?
I'm putting this near you.
Okay.
Just in case. I think I'm... Oh,
Yes?
or it's targeting me.
Oh.
Potentially. Bye, die over here instantly.
Bye! Whoa, whoa! Whoopsies. It's okay if you end up going longer. I would really like to... I know. Any other day, Terrell, I would have honestly been like... Which is okay. What I'm gonna aim to do is Mondays and Fridays. Fridays are like between 6 to 8 hours, I think.
Oh, I think it's a Banshee.
And then Monday's a short one so I can edit. And then Tuesday through to Thursday, I don't give a shit. I'm doing long ones. But I would like to do some house admin this afternoon to get ready for Monday. I'm going to a little birthday at not a birthday, sorry, like a little catch up about an hour away this afternoon. So I might behave today. But I think Tammy might, well, I don't know. I'm not going to assume. Tammy probably will stream at some point unless they're live already. Is Tammy live already? I don't know anything. I shot 8 hours. I really liked our 11-hour stream this week. I needed that. Ooh. Guys, what are you doing on the weekend? Tell me.
Oh, she's wandering to me for sure.
Me just being a student watching Tammy. The crying gives me the heebie-jeebies. Hi, Moxie. We're getting our roof redone this weekend, so it'll be nice because no one will be banging on the roof all day. Oh, this week. So this weekend you'll have a bang-free kind of weekend. That's nice. When I first moved in here, there was renovations done all the time, so there was drilling 6 days a week. So when I had 1 day of no drilling, I was like, yeah, that's nice. Hell yeah. Kinda. Not this weekend, but next weekend going down to the beach. Ooh, that sounds beautiful. Hell yeah. Next weekend, this weekend will be chill, but also productive. So I'm seeing friends and fam tonight. And then Sunday, I was thinking about seeing, what's that thing with Robin Pattinson and Zendaya? Is it Am I the Drama? No, that's Cardi B's album.
I think it's a banshee.
Hi, Haley. It's Tammy. Tammy Haley. Welcome back. Chaos Real. Oh, the drama. Yeah. I was thinking about having like a little solo date and seeing that, and then I have some chill time as well. And then next weekend I have a birthday. A friend get together. It's all happening. Thank you for the follows, guys, as well. Do we think it's a banshee? I forgot.
I think so, because it wandered over to me multiple times after it got you.
Ew. Banshee? Yippee!
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready
I
for
was
you.
listening for the scream on the paramic, but I wasn't hearing it. So a banshee will pick a target and then wander to them no matter where they are.
Damn it. So it loved me.
So that's how you can tell, like, if you're far away from the room and you have a motion sensor down.
Ew.
That's also one way to tell who it's targeting. But the problem is it could potentially hunt between you and its room.
Err. Got you.
So I always stand on like a crucifix.
Are you also streaming today? I'm curious. Please say no if you weren't planning on it.
Later probably?
Okay. Roger.
Yeah.
I'm not doing a massive long one today, so I'm gonna behave.
Okay.
I reckon a couple more, if you're down.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yippee! Sounds good. Good night, Liz. Thank you so much for everything. Oh, we gotta do a Sunny. Yeah, you're right. We should do a Sunny next.
Okay.
Thank you, Liz, for your generosity, chatting with the community, being encouraging, just everything. I appreciate you. Have a beautiful weekend. I'm not on tomorrow or the next day, I don't think, so I'll see you maybe the next stream or whenever I see you. Photos, paranormal. Okay, Carol. But thank you. Have a good night, doll. I'll have a couple days off, and then we're gonna do another. Cause we did 5 days this week. Yeah. So I'll have a couple days, and then we're back for another 5 days. Yippee! I'll be back to annoy your airways, guys. I'll put my schedule up this weekend. We gotta play some Tamagotchi. I'm sure Graham wants to play more Overwatch. I'm sure I'll be playing Faz. So we've got a lot coming up. Which is exciting. I'll see you soon, Liz. Love the new name as well. I want the mirror to be here so bad. No mirror, no doll. Let's see if we have summoning circle.
So it's just between these tents, I think?
Aww. Wish I could find the other items on this map. I can never find them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to look up the cursed object spawns. Because I don't know where they are either. I just know the circle.
I only know the 3. Ooh, a bone. I know the dolls by the tent near the shower, the toilet, the circle, and then the mirrors here. But I don't know where the other ones are.
Yeah. Where are you?
Oh, found it. Monkey paw up the back. Yeah, monkey paw was up the back on the wood thingy.
That was me turning off the power. I wasn't sure if this middle light affected the spirit box.
Oh.
Where are you?
Yippee! Let me
Are you
check
coming?
this.
Are you close?
Nice.
I didn't get it.
I don't think orcs. Hi T-Viz! I love it! How are you, Dom? See if I can hear them. I'm good. It's been a good little stream today. Started early. I wouldn't mind starting early next week too. That was nice. Feel like I got to see more people.
It's not stepping in myself, so it's hanging out over there. There we go.
Did you say we have UV?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see any. I'll bring in extra dots and books to cover
we go. Stop making any noise. I want the noise so bad. Oh, it's breaking things. Oh. Hmm. Oh, we do have ghost orbs.
Oh, okay.
It's weird.
Well, probably a real one then, because it's not hitting freezing. And we didn't get UV. I didn't get Spirit Box at all.
Hmm.
Oh, dots. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Banshee Raiju say... I can't really rule anything out. We are at 27% soon.
Uh-oh. Not good. Okay, pipes. Keto. Real. Real.
We could try.
Become sad Gorist. Real.
Maybe some motion sensors. Do you have a lighter?
No. But I can grab one.
You're muted.
Oh shit,
Wait,
sorry.
I just saw the dots.
I know, same.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, here's another one too. A spare.
Yippee! Oh. Whoopsies! My bad. That's really funny. The Rattlebone bitch! Oh, my back just cracked in 5 spots. Girl. Oh my god.
Oh.
Banshee?
Let me out.
Oh boy. A banshee.
So I think I heard a banshee scream. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yippee!
There's some jobs ready for you.
Yay!
I have to pee.
Go whiz.
That's actually why I handed you the incense.
That's so funny that I died. Oh no, go pee.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I can get us in a while.
Okay. I think this will be LG. I'm gonna be responsible. Do a little 6-hour. But I can't believe that I played Overwatch today. Like, because I got distracted from my game. Wait, you're playing Phase 2? Walter.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
It's alright. Liz, I knew it. I'm joking. I can't help it. Fair. Does that count as a summoning circle, or is that always there? Probably always there. It's not my fault. Hey, at least you don't have work tomorrow. It was so fun.
I'm back.
Yippee! Amen to that. Yeah. That's how I feel on the weekend.
I see you have thermo. I'll bring the paramount.
Alright.
Almost walked in with no light. I couldn't see a thing.
Not good. There's the bone. Good to know. I don't have my camera with me. But it's still quite big. That's what she said. Bathroom, maybe? It's 5 degrees.
Coming.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, it's bathroom. Are you here?
Not far from there.
Spirit box.
Is this? I turned the power on so I can get this hallway light on at least.
Nice. Little spooky dookie. Oh, my back keeps cracking.
I have book and dots on me.
Perfect. Photo. Do this. And this. Although I probably should get video. Get all these. Okay. Spirit box was pretty quick. When did I have that burger? Like 11? I'm hungry again. That was real good though. No, this way. Keep forgetting we don't have sprint on, and I wonder why I'm so slow. Hold.
31.
Oh, yay. Hello. Oh my god, all the equipment. All the shelves. Oh, I gotta get that bone.
Okay.
Barn. Yeah. Get spirit box noise. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? Elderly victim. Are you here? Laugh it up. Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you friendly? Are you friendly? Speak to me. Where are you? You were just here. Laughing like he just saved 30 cents. Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Damn, he's playing hard to get. He gave me everything and then nothing. Alright, my job here is done. And then...
I'm testing Anria.
Okay. A bum, perhaps? I like how you call the ghosts that don't give me anything
I haven't
bums.
tested UV yet. It could still be a mimic.
True. Alright.
There it is.
Now it's talking. Finally. Well, I can see why. Give me nothing.
An elderly victim.
Oops, what am I doing?
An elderly
Well,
victim.
it's not. That's a real orb. It's not a die-in. We can rule that one out.
Oh.
All this dirty water.
There's a crucifix.
It's right here next to the lantern.
Burn the crucifix, babe. So if we get another piece of evidence, it's a mimic.
If we get UV, because it's not freezing.
True.
But I haven't brought the UV light.
Killing.
If this blows it out one more time and then hunts immediately after, it's an Onryo.
Okay.
Active killing.
I'm leaning towards an elderly victim.
Elderly victim.
Yep. Okay. That's the feeling I'm getting.
Are you friendly?
An elderly victim.
That wasn't even the correct response.
Elderly.
Elderly victim.
Person died.
Elderly.
An elderly and
Tickle taint? Yes. Bye, doggo. I'll see you next week, doll.
Not blowing out my lantern.
I hope your your double goes well, doll. Thank you again for your support and being here. I will see you soon.
An elderly victim.
Hello? 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 What's his name? Oh, Walter.
Walter.
It could be a yokai. Okay, it's not an Onryo. Because it tried to hunt before blowing that out. This on? Oh.
Well,
I think yokai. Is it yokai or a mimic?
oh shoot. I can get the Sang.
I can go with you and bring another cruci.
Unless it starts hunting right now. I'm not sure if it is an elderly victim. I don't want to jump to conclusions because it might not be.
It could be just mimicking an elderly victim.
True.
You can take 2 of those because they're like 25 each.
Oh shit.
You want?
True.
With my custom setting, I'd give a little bit less.
Oh dear. Okay. The final guess. Do we have salt?
I don't.
Fuck, I went in. Got the wrong thing. Oh, it will
I
touch
can run
stuff.
and grab it.
It's okay. Surely it will touch something. Mimics have gotten me
Hello?
so much, Haley. It's not even a joke.
This is completely gone.
Hello, Chilla. How are you, doll? We played Overwatch for 4 hours
It
with
hasn't
Graham
turned the
earlier.
light off.
Of crazy. True. Oh, fingerprints. UV, 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 UV.
Oh, it is a mimic. I'm glad we checked.
Can you shine that for me?
Where are we?
On the door?
Oh, it's unlocked. Oh,
Oh, shoot.
oh, it's gone.
Okay, don't worry about it. Well, we got it. Yippee!
Hey!
I know, Gran convinced me, but it was actually really fun. It was actually fun. Who would have thought? Not me. Not me. How are you, doll? I think I'm heading off after this, so how's your week been?
I have no idea where my paramic went. It's fine.
Yeah, same. I lost mine. Oh yeah, how was your Phasmo experience? I just love that you can pick up shit in Phasmo. Yippee! Over record and didn't even die and we did not— Wait, actually? Something I would say but sarcastically. Yay!
Yay!
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Ooh. I think I unlocked some stuff before I go.
Ooh.
Yeah, sound sensor and lighter. No pressure. Were you gonna go live now or a bit later?
Probably later.
Okay. All good. All good. Perfect. Thank you for
What's your
games.
schedule like next week?
My schedule? I have to do that actually. Fridays with Gran. I don't think I have friend slot. I'll check. We'll definitely make time to play Faz. For sure.
Nice. I was just wondering because JoJo messaged me and I figured
Oh, okay. Cool.
he wanted to pick a day.
Yes. Okay, what I'll do after stream, I'll like plan everything else and then I'll figure it out. But I think, honestly, I think your Wednesday could be good.
Okay.
My Thursday, that's off the top of my head, but I'll cook.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good though.
Sounds good.
Yay! Thank you for games this week.
Thank you for carrying with the media.
Have a happy birthday weekend. I'm sure
Oh, thank you.
the Discord and I will spam you anyway, but are you streaming for your birthday?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yippee! Alright, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Illy.
Illy. We did it! Guys, thank you so much for today. Oh my god, I don't want to raid any of my pals playing Tamagotchi because I want it to be fresh when I watch it. So I'll raid my pal playing Power Wash Sim. Guys, I'm gonna be good and do 6.5 hours today. Thank you so much for this week. I know we played a lot of Faz. I wonder how much Faz I played overall. Probably too much. Overwatch was really fun today as well. And thank you so much for sticking around. All the hype trains we had, all the yaps, mods helping me out, all the raids, everything. I really appreciate it. I will see you next week, 2 days. So not tomorrow, not the Dex day. The next day, the day after. So US Sunday, my Monday. It will probably be a slightly later start again. But I'll still be here for a little bit. Faz week was so good. I'll play Tamagotchi next week. Faz. Maybe Friend Slop. There was something else I was going to play. Maybe Overwatch with Gran? No clue, but I'll figure it out. I'll do my schedule. But thank you guys. No, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Good night, Haley. Thank you, Tammy, Jeffy, Keto for jumping in so much this week too. I'm gonna miss Keto's back to work next week, I think. No. Lockie, goodbye. See you next week. Leah. I'll see you later, guys. We're raiding Brian. He's playing a nice little chill game, so I thought it'd be nice. You're the best, guys. See you next week. Bye. I can't stop thinking about Faz. Yeah, birthday weekend. Yippee! Bye, Axel. You're my guy. I'll see you soon. Bye.